2-minute microphone test for Reese. 2-minute microphone test. One-minute microphone test for Reese. Welcome everyone into Poker House of Fort Worth, YouTube, Facebook. Welcome in. We are catching up on the action on the Congress tournament, $65 Congress tournament. For those that don't know, Congress, some of you might know it as Big O. It is a 5-card Omaha high-low split pot game. Just as you're seeing here, the dealer chopping up the blinds here. Looks like we had a chop on the low. Yeah, welcome in to Poker House Fort Worth Tuesday night Congress. One of our new tournaments are going to be live streaming here on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Let us know in the chat how it looks, how it sounds, who you are here rooting on. Let me pull up the tournament live here. I'm on a 15-minute delay, but registration should still be open. I'm going to pull that up real quickly. Yeah, you still got about an hour left to get into the tournament. So if you'd like to get in on this Congress tournament, you still got a little over an hour to do so. Like I said, whether you are a seasoned Congress pro or if you would like to just give it a try for cheap, because it's only a $65 entry fee. Can't beat that. It's way more expensive than that to learn how to play Congress in the cash games, that's for sure. So let's have a look and see around who is at the table. Looks like Michael in seat 5. Jay, haven't seen him before. There's David. Everybody knows David in the 8th seat. Then who's that guy in the 9th seat? Kevin. Yeesh. He looks like a rough one. Chu in 1. Miss Winter, we all know her, seat 2. Roy in seat 3. And Mr. Robert in seat 4. Looks like he got raised up here by Robert with the ace deuce. Naked ace there, no art, pair of 7s, but the ace deuce does warrant a little bit to raise it up here. They're going to continue on with this hand 6 ways. Deuce, Trey, Jack, Rainbow on this flop, so the ace deuces do get ruined a little bit here. I don't see much else. I've got a 4-5 low. Chu also has the 4-5. So we've got straight draws in a couple spots here. Kevin coming along with his pair of jacks, Jay, and I said Robert continued here. See, he needs some a 7 on the turn. Roy here going to come along, see what he can develop on this turn as well. Again, a lot of cards in Congress, so it takes me a while to see what the players have. Kevin's going to be picking up a gut shot with that turn card. Looks like it might be good enough for him to bet out here. He does have the ace-6 low backup. And it's currently being beat by Robert's ace-5 low. I said Kevin here. Ace-6, pair of jacks. No diamonds for him. JW does have a diamond draw. Robert's got the naked ace. Chew, the guy sitting here thinking right now, does have the queen high flush draw. Big bet here by Kevin G. Looks like Chew's going to come along with his ace-6. 10 does 10 of diamonds. That's going to give Chew the high, and his oh, that's going to be goop there. So big hand there. Big hand there for Chew. Want to welcome everybody to Poker House Fort Worth. Whether you're watching us on YouTube or on Facebook, I can see both chat. Let me know who you are to try to learn some Congress play by watching the stream here. And if you're listening or watching near the Burleson area, if you're in Fort Worth, you've still got about an hour left to get into this tournament. It's a great price point for only $65 to get into this Congress tournament. It's a $1,000 guaranteed tournament. You will not find a cheaper way to learn Congress. It's a Congress cash games can get a little bit pricey, but this one definitely a good price point to get in and play here. Jay's going to call 300 with the ace, deuce, offsuit, naked ace, queen, jacks, Broadway cards. Folds around 2. Kevin's going to call 300 with some middling straight cards. Chew, who just scooped a very nice pot a minute ago with some low draw cards. Winner, Roy, and Robert checks the option. So we're going to see 6 ways to a flop. Deuce, deuce, tray. I believe that hit Chew very, very hard. No, he doesn't have the deuce. Who has the deuce? Jay has the deuce in his hand. Anybody with spade draws? I think Chew has a 9 high spades. Winner has jack high spades. Of course, when you're playing 5 cards, you really, really only want to attack pots where you have the nut flush draw, since everyone has 5 cards in their hands. If you don't have the ace of spades, it's hard to continue on. As you see, Jay has the ace of spades, but it is naked in his hand, no spade to go with it. 2 players with the 2 are probably going to continue on with this one. We got Michael and Jay, both with a deuce in their hand. Kevin's going to come along as well. Got the straight flush draw with a 4 of spades. There's the ace, so the 4-5. Now the nut low. Kevin with the nut low right now on 6-5 between these players. Jay and Michael competing with trips. Actually, Jay has the ace, so that has filled him up. So that he's going to bet pot here. And let's see, I'm guessing Kevin came along with his 5-6. Yeah, so we're going to have a chop pot there. Jay with the deuces full of aces, and Kevin's at 5-6 going to play the low. You're going to see a lot of chopped pots. That is the nature of Congress. It is a high-low game. For those that are not super familiar with what that means, uh, standard Omaha rules apply. You must play 2 cards out of your hand, just like any other Omaha game. And then there is a secondary pot for the low. Now, what the low is 5 cards lower than 8. So the lowest 5 cards lower than 8 get half the pot. But again, same rules apply. You have to play 2 cards out of your hand and only 2 cards out of your hand. So 5 unpaired cards below 8. So ace 2, 3, 4, 5 is the nut low, as they say. So if you have ace deuce in your hand and any 3 cards come out on the board that are 8 or less, that are not an ace or a deuce, you have the nut low, and you're going to be awarded half the pot. So sit back, follow along, learn a little bit about Congress. If you're unfamiliar, if you are familiar with Congress, hopefully you're on the way to get in on this tournament. It's only a $65 buy-in tournament. Great price to play this great game. Hand number 5. David first looked down with the naked ace there, but decides to come along as well while the blinds are low. Kevin, almost too many spades in his hand, but does have the ace tray low player. Chew, naked ace as well, no low. Lots of players to this flop. Flush draw and has an ace tray low. Chew going to come along with his set of 5s. Ace on the turn does ruin things for Chew's low, but that does pick up. Top river does not help Kevin any, but that does give Chew the full house. And just like we were discussing a minute ago there, the low does not make. It requires 3 cards of 8 or less. Actually, I'm sorry, Kevin's got an 8 in his hand. Wow, this hand got interesting without me noticing. I was looking for the low. Kevin went runner house with his 8s full of aces, whereas Chew just has 5 full of 8s. So I'm sitting here trying to educate the public on how the low works, and Kevin just went runner monster. Chew can get away with this, though. Any 8x does beat him, and he does fold it there. So lucky Kevin getting the scoop there on that river. Needed that pot. Now, this is tournament play. We have several players coming and going. There's still, like I said, almost an hour's worth of registration left. So you will see some players move in. Some of these players may be moved out for table balance, but we will keep the chip stacks as accurate as possible for you here on stream. Quite a few people in both streams, Facebook and YouTube. Appreciate you tuning in to the Poker House Fort Worth first ever Congress tournament live stream. Taking my hand here at commentating Congress. It's a lot of cards in play, definitely not easy. So bear with me as we catch up on the action, reading all of these cards in each of these players' hands, especially early on in tournament play when the blinds are low, you will see a lot of players sort of opening up their range to come in here. Winner going to, looks like to make a pot size bet here of 2,300 with the, yeah, pot's not quite big enough for that. So there's her pot size bet. Suited ace of hearts, ace king, pocket sevens. Folds over to Robert, who decides to come along with his ace tray suited, jack nine suited, pocket trays. Jay calls pocket jacks. And David with the ace deuce, naked ace of spades, unfortunately for him. So four ways to a flop. 9 queen 5 rainbow flop here, needing runner for a low. So the ace deuces probably going to check this around. That looks like that is what does happen. 6 of diamonds on the turn does put the low draw out there. Don't see. Winner's got a pair of nines. Not much working for any of these players other than the low draws, which they're the ace deuce of David is best. So the river brings out the 8, so the low does get home. And Winters looks like she's going to have a straight here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, playing the 7, 9 in her hand. And David with the ace deuce. It looks like it's going to check all the way through there. Winter and David looks like they're going to chop up this pot here, as dealer Paul points out there. Ace deuce of David for the low, ace deuce 5, 6, 8, and the straight for Winter. Now she has, it only takes a 7 to make the straight, but you have to use 2 cards in this game like Omaha rules. But luckily she has a 9 in her hand as well, so she can play the 9 from her hand to complete that straight. So she was playing 7-9, and he was playing the ace deuce for the low. Hand number 7. Like I said, this tournament just got started. I can pull up the live tournament clock here. You've got about an hour left to get into this tournament. People are starting to come in, so you're going to see people coming into the table being taken away from the table. It is an 8 max game. Most people you will see at the table is 8, since everyone gets 5 cards. And we're going to be doing our best on these card readers, guys. 5 cards on these readers on the table is pushing the limits. So expect that there could be an occasional graphical error here or there, but we're going to give you the best viewing experience possible here. 6 players, all limping in for 300. That's 30 cards to look at for me, so I'm not even going to try to see what everyone has until we see this flop of all hearts here. Queen, king, 8 of hearts. David with the 10 high flush, and looks like he is the, I'm sorry, Jay has a 4 high flush. Let's see who's. It's like Jay is going to bet this one out with really just a pair of eights. Winner are going to come along with her top set of kings. Okay, so there's a top set of kings, and Jay, who doesn't have much, but he does have a 4 high flush, which is good enough right now. Jack on the turn. Winner still with the top set, and Jay with the 4 high flush. Check, check to a river. Ace on the river, and that's going to give Winter's hand actually becomes King 10. She can play the King and the 10 in her hand, but it's going to go check, check, and Jay's going to turn over, and his 4-3 of hearts is actually going to take that pot down. There were not 3 cards at least of 8 or less on the board, so there is no low, so no chopped pot. 4 high flush was good. Our $20,000 free roll $0 buy-in championship on October 12th. We had the qualifier this last weekend, August 3rd, and it went really, really well. 15% of the field punched their ticket into the championship on October 12th. There's only 2 more chances to get into this tournament. 2 more. That's it. September 7th and October 5th. You need to be building your chip stack right now. This entire month of August, all the chips that you accrue for your qualifier on September 7th. You get chips by playing in our tournaments. You get chips for every entry, add-ons, rebuys, high hands between the breaks. If you're one of the first 9 players registered for any one of our tournaments, you get some chips. Our cash game players, not only are you getting 500 chips per hour of cash that you play in August, but we also have hourly high hands. The first 9 players to open the cash game each day get 1,000 in chips, but everyone gets a base 5,000 in chips just for being an active member here at Poker House Fort Worth. So even with a simple membership, you're going to have some chips waiting for you on September 7th for only a $25 entry fee qualifier, where we are playing to the top 15% of that qualifier, and then the tournament's over, and you are bagged and tagged for the $20,000 $0 buy-in championship on October 12th. All of the chips from the players do not matter. These chips only matter for the qualifiers. So if you qualify for the tournament, you're going to start with the same amount of chips as everyone else who qualified in all 3 of these qualifying tournaments. So you're just trying to run up a chip stack to build a big chip stack for the qualifier. The one you're building up for right now is 1 month away, September 7th. But every day that you play in Poker House Fort Worth, you're adding chips to your stack for that qualifier to get in the top 15% and punch your ticket into the $20,000 0 buy-in free roll championship on October 12th and 13th. So looking forward to that event for sure. And we are also excited right now. The Summer Jam Part 2 is also happening this month. This is the same tournament we ran back in June with Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks. You're going to have 8 flights starting on August 20th. That's Tuesday, August 20th. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 6 p.m. that week, those 3 days, flights A, B, and C. Then D and E on Friday, and then F, G, and H that Saturday, the last flight being a 10 p.m. turbo flight. So August 20th through 24th, the $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam Part 2 is coming back to wrap up this summer. There's just not enough you can say about this tournament. It's a $50,000 guaranteed tournament that only has a $65 entry fee. You can play in any one of these flights. They will be running simultaneously in Dallas and Fort Worth. You are trying to make it into the money on those individual flights and then come back on August 25th, day 2 in the money at Poker House Fort Worth. 8 flights to do it in. You can take your best 2 bags forward And if you get a third bag, it is a 500 triple bag bonus. So top two bags move forward, with a third bag being a $500 instant cash. But like I said, $65 tournament for a $50,000 guarantee at the end of this month, starting 2 weeks from today. So get excited about that one. We had a great turnout back in June for this tournament, and looking to replicate that again here at Poker House Fort Worth and at Peaks. 2 weeks from today, the Summer Jam 50,000 guarantee for only a $65 entry fee. Very, very excited about that tournament coming up in 2 weeks. And back into the tournament action here. This is the $65 Congress tournament. It's a $1,000 guaranteed tournament. And although I'm on a 15-minute delay, I can look at the current live clock and see that you have just under 1 hour left to get into this tournament. So if you're listening or watching from anywhere near the Burleson Fort Worth area, you've still got an hour to get over here and get in on this tournament and maybe be on this feature table. We have an outer table going on as well, but maybe you can get a draw to this table or play well enough to be on the final table, which will be here on stream tonight, taking you all the way down to the winner of this $1,000 guaranteed $65 entry Congress tournament. Blinds are 200 to 400. Roy C. first to decide here. Naked ace of diamonds, ace tray low. No real much going on with that hand there. But the blinds are still small. He's got almost 30K in his stack. So you're going to see people limp along with a lot this early in the tournament. David in the 8 seat looking down at pair of aces. Unfortunately, not a single suit to go with them. No, I'm sorry. He does have the ace 5 of hearts. So he does have the ace 5 working, a pair of aces, a 10 in there for Broadway. And goes ahead and raises this one up to 1,600. Chew going to come along with the pocket aces, pocket queens with the king queen of diamonds. No real low to speak of. Winner goes ahead and makes the completion in the big blind. King, jack on this flop. So that's going to give trips for Chew to take the lead on this flop. No low will be had at this hand. Like I said, it takes 3 low cards, 2 out of your hand. David's going to continue his aggression pre-flop here with his pocket aces, but Chew's going to let him know immediately that he's got a king, and he raises him up to 4,000, and David immediately folds. Every pot, super, all kinds of possibilities in every single pot. You can go short stack to monster stack real quick in Congress. As you can see here, all these players here started with I believe, a 20,000 starting stack, and then for I believe $10 here. I can look that up. But yeah, you can do an instant bonus for $10 to get an instant bonus of 10,000 in chips. So each one of these players started with 30,000 in chips. Watching dealer Paul there deal out 5 cards to each player. That's a lot of cards. Again, quite a few people in the watching the Facebook and the YouTube stream. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting on. JW going to call with his pocket ace, queen 10 suited. David, another ace king suited, pocket jacks, has spades working for him. Chew, who just has a lot of chips, is going to come along with his ace queen. ace deuce in his hand as well. Naked ace of hearts, no help there for the flush. But he does raise it up with that ace deuce. So that's going to put the pressure back on these players. Let's see if David comes along. He does. So David with no low draw, but does have the ace king of spades and pocket jacks. Chew, again, ace deuce. And a flop of 5, king, 10, 2 spades, but the perfect flop you can ask for David. He has the nut flush draw, and Chew only needs runner low to make much out of this one, or one of the jacks. Unfortunately, David has 2 of them in his hand, so that takes away a lot of the outs there. 4 on the turn. It keeps the ace deuce of Chew alive. David is still just a pair of kings, but it is currently losing down to 5-4 in Chew's hand, 2 pair. 7 on the river. Chew's going to have everything here. He's going to have the ace, deuce, low, and the 2 pair 5-4. So David is just not going to get much out of this one. And Chew's going to pot it. And I don't know if David can come along. He's only got a pair of kings, missed his flush draw. Look at him looking at those cards there. He knows that it was such a opportunity-filled flop that just did not run out the way he wanted to. Has no low and just a pair of kings, and goes ahead and folds it face up. Yeah, tough run out there for David. Perfect turn card for Chew to take the lead with the 2 pair, and then the lucky 8 or less on the river to get that low half as well. So Chew on fire here in the $65 Congress tournament. Of course, it's only 200, 400, lots of tournament left to play, but it definitely helps to pick up pots early, to make some moves, see some flops, and try to spin it up and run deep in this tournament. JW under the gun to act here. Suited king, queen, not much left there, but he does make the call. Kevin G, 97443 makes the call for 400. Chew, who can't seem to miss, reaching for calling chips with his jack 9 suited. 5-3 low. Winter, ace jack 10-10 3, ace tray low. Unfortunately, only no clubs to go with that ace of clubs. Roy does make the call, has ace 5 working low, but also suited ace. So he has diamonds in his favor. Robert with the king 8 of diamonds. Could be in trouble there if diamonds do come out, but they do not. King, jack, queen on this one. Winter flopping Broadway with her ace 10 and not going to be looking back on this one. Not a single player has hearts here other than Winter, and she does have the jack high flush. So Winter here essentially free rolling these other players unless some running full houses do come out. Jay's going to make the call with his top 2 pair, see if he can catch a king or a queen to catch up to Winter. Deuce of hearts on the turn. It does bring in the flush for Winter, jack high flush, and but Winter doesn't have the ace high flush. And in this game, you have to always be aware that players have 5 cards, so the ace high flush is always lurking, but she doesn't back down and goes ahead and makes a good bet there on that turn card. And Jay's going to let his hand go, not chasing those 4 outs for his full house any longer. the $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament with the bomb pot. Now, this tournament here we had on Sunday night, it was our very first one. We have made some changes to this tournament. I didn't get this graphic updated in time for the live stream, but we're going to make some changes to this tournament. We had a huge turnout on Sunday. The prize pool was well over $2,000 based on you guys' feedback. And we're going to have this tournament on Sundays and Fridays now, but we're going to go to a 25-minute level. We're going to increase the level by 10 minutes. So you're going to have a lot more time to play along with these bomb pots. So we're going to increase the levels to 25 minutes. And also, we're going to move this tournament actually and Friday night. So I will talk more about this $1,500 guaranteed free roll in the near future with the bomb pots. But we've modified it a little bit, and we're going to do it on Sundays and Fridays. This coming Saturday, the $2,000 guaranteed no limit hold'em reentry tournament, fun tournament, $65 entry. It's just a nice guaranteed pool for a cheap entry price. And $65 is it to play in this $2,000 guaranteed tournament. Just straight hold them, a little bit of break from the Congress you're going to see tonight and the bomb pots on Friday nights. And this is just our normal no limit hold'em re-entry tournament for $65. It has 20-minute levels, so a little bit of time to play. Just an overall good tournament on Saturdays in August here at Poker House Fort Worth. Something to do for your Saturday night. A cheap enough entry tournament with a larger than usual $2,000 guaranteed prize pool. As you hear the blinds go up in the background there, I believe they are moving around some players. I can do a quick live look in here. You still get about 45 minutes to register into this tournament. So if you are listening and or watching from nearby Poker House Fort Worth, you still have 45 minutes to come get in on this $65 Congress tournament. It's a great way to play Congress without reaching too deep. The Congress cash games tend to be a little on the pricey side. It's definitely a drawing game, but these tournaments give sort of an even field for everyone to enjoy, maybe learn the game, pick up a little bit. But for those that are experienced, enjoy some tournament style Congress play. Let the graphics catch up here. It looks like David still is holding his hand of Jack 10 8 5 4. Looks like we have an all in here and a call possibly. As dealer Paul there reached for another puck, and he does have a caller here. Looks like we have a multi-way all in pot here. So Jack 3 6 deuce on this board. Ace 4 low already for whoever that is in the 5 seat. The nut low of Ace 4. Not much for the high. Let's see what Paul says is the high here. Can almost see it in camera there, but it looks like it involves a 3, whatever it is. But he's showing queens here, so he must have 2 pair, 3s, and something possibly. 3 6, yeah, 2 pair there. Yeah, and now for the side pot there for David. He's got no 5 there for the straight. 2 pair jacks and 3s is going to be good enough for the high. So Ace 4, the 5 seat's going to get that Ace 4, and David's going to get the high on the main pot of Jack Trey. So David's going to be staying alive in this tournament. No one eliminated. And for those just tuning in, there's a small crash course on Congress Poker. Omaha rules 5 cards. Must use 2 in your hand, and then 3 from the board. So you're going to have the best 5 card poker hand high, getting half of the pot, and then the best 5 cards low, unpaired, to get the other half of the pot. So looking for 8 or less, 5 cards, the best of 5 cards winning the half of the pot for the low, just like you saw on that hand there. 3, 4, 6 on that flop, and or deuce 4, 6, I believe it was. Regardless, the ace 4 was the best 5 lowest cards under 8 to get half that pot on both of those side pots. So seat 5 may have been moved after that hand. Again, this is an active tournament, so people will be joining the table, leaving the table as tables need balance, just like any standard poker tournament. And we will keep the stacks as accurate as possible for you guys at home. Kevin G, the most interesting man in the world under the gun here, is going to call the 600. Chew still sitting on the double, the starting stack there. Winner comes along with her King 8, 6, 6. Roy in the cutoff. Pocket nines working for him. No real low. Robert K going to play the button. Jay's going to complete the small blind with his ace deuce. Unfortunately, is a naked ace of hearts. No flush draw working for him. And David going to check his option with a few Broadway cards in his holding. A flop of 7, 7, Jack. Roy C with the only 7 in his hand is going to take the lead here momentarily. Winter with the second nut flush draw. No, so and Robert with the nut flush draw. Robert does have the ace 5 of spades. The 8 brings in the low draw as well. See if anybody wants to start taking stabs at this pot just yet. Everybody has just enough to continue on, but not enough to bet with. So John's going to take us to a river here. The ace does bring home the low. Unfortunately, JW here. Yeah, he's going to be able to bet this here. He's got the 2, 3 for an ace 2, 3, 7, 8 low. David gets out of the way. Kevin doesn't quite have enough to come along here, I don't think. Really close. Now, he did have 9, 10. Did he have the straight? He might have laid down the straight there, but whenever a board is paired, it's easy to lay it down in Big O because everybody has 5 cards. Roy and Robert are both going to make the call here. So the deuce 3 low and the 9, 10 there. So the 9, 10 does hold for the high, 7, 8, 9, 10 Jack, and ace, deuce 3, 7, 8 for the low. Like I said, I think Kevin had the high there with the 9, 10 as well. But again, every player has 5 cards. So 7 anything beats your straight. Pocket 8s, pocket jacks, ace 7, 8, 7, jack 7. While the blinds might be low enough now to possibly make that call with the straight, if you are trying to run deep in these Congress style tournaments, or if you're playing some pretty higher stakes Congress cash games, I don't hate that fold one bit. It's definitely an experienced fold to lay that down. So either calling with it or folding it, either way, I definitely can see very good arguments for either. Looks like we have John in the box now for Poker House Fort Worth. John is one of our more experienced mixed games dealers. Definitely knows his Congress. But I think this is his first time to deal on stream. So while this is a game that is comfortable for him, he's having to deal with his first live stream game dealing. See how he handles that. And I'm sure it'll be fine. Very competent dealer. Blinds are 300, 600. Still have 7 players at this table with an outer table as well. A little fast forward into the future here. I'm on a 15-minute delay, but I can look at a live clock. You have just under 40 minutes. There's 37 minutes left of registration if you're watching or listening from nearby to come and check out this Congress tournament. There's only a $65 buy-in. Couple limpers in here for a 600 winner with the suited ace tray. Roy C with a lot of middling connectors. Robert R coming along with the ace tray and holding the ace 4 of diamonds. JW coming along 3 deuce. David going to complete his small blind with king 10-10, and Kevin checking his big blind option with some Broadway cards. 6 queen deuce rainbow on this flop. Not much for Kevin, who does check. Chew looks like he's going to check it. So he's going to check all the way around here to Robert, who does have a lot of outs to the straight and the ace tray nut low draw, with the deuce being out there and the 6 being out there. He just needs one more card of 8 or less to get have the nut low. But unfortunately, that's going to be shared with Winter in her hand that has ace tray as well. Chu, the overall high leader right now with the pair of queens. Jack there on the turn does not bring the low, gives Winter a pair of jacks, which is no help. It's going to check around to the river. The 7 is the gin card for the low for these players. So now it's a matter of who wants to bet it here and try to push anybody else out. Winter and Robert both holding the ace tray. Anybody got ace 10? Robert. Robert not only has ace tray, but he has ace 10. So Winter here going to bet, and Robert here is going to just completely jam in the rest of his chips with the nut, low and high. And he may get a call off here from Winter because there's almost no. It's hard to fold. You just got to put him on exactly. And actually, Chew's going to get involved here. He thinks his 4-3 might be good here for the low. Wow. So Robert just called there. I'm kind of shocked. We'll see if the card readers are correct. Yeah, he's going to show ace 10, ace tray. You can quite see his cards there. But it should go ace tray. There you go. Yeah, look at that. Monster holding there. Oh, it wasn't a king. I'm sorry, the graphic. I was looking at the graphic. No wonder John wasn't quite moving that I thought he would. The graphic said a king, but it was a 7 on the river. So no Broadway there for Robert. So who's going to end up having the high here? It looks like Winter. Winter had some cards. So Chu might be winning this with 2 pair. That he does. John does give him 2 pair for the queens and 7s. And Robert and Winter here are the ones that's going to be getting quarter here, chopping up the low with their ace trade. So that's why Robert didn't raise on that river. I was looking at the graphics, which were incorrect. I thought he had rivered the Broadway with the ace tray, which he certainly would have bet pot with. So that's going to be the story for the night, guys. This 5 cards in every single player's hands not only is going to mess with the graphics, but also mess with me a little bit. But luckily enough, I'm just talking about it. There are people in control actually keeping up with it. So John, the dealer, being one of them, a very experienced Congress dealer. And all I can do is just try to read these cards as best as I can. We wanted to give streaming Congress a shot. Our first Congress tournament of the month of August. Thought, you know what, let's see if we can put it on stream and let people see the game, get familiar with the game. Maybe they want to give it a shot. today or even next week for only a $65 entry, a cheap enough price to get in on something different. Definitely a lot more to look at, but just something different from Hold'em. Winter looking down at 966.44. She's going to make the call of 600. Roy looking down at ace queen 1087, naked ace of hearts in his hand, decides to let that one go. Robert looking at the three deuce 10-7-5. Fold John. So David does come along on to play his button. Kevin completes his small with ace king queen queen 10. And Chu checking his option on the ace tray low with the ace 5 of clubs working. Chu, so with another good hand from Chu there. He's been on fire so far in this tournament. Jack 5-5 on this flop. Robert and Chu both having a 5. Chu actually has a jack in his hand as well, so Chu here is going to flop the boat. Let's see if he announces it. Looks like he did check it. Wow, and Robert's going to take the bait, betting out the 5. David not going to be able to come along. Kevin frustrated with having such a really pretty hand in that sort of flop. There he is telling the dealer how you did as good as you possibly could, and I appreciate you, young son. We'll do better next time. I'm sure that's what he said. And Chu just going to slightly call, masking his hand here. Now the graphic says 9, but I swear I saw a jack on that flop. I did. So king on the turn doesn't change anything. Chu's still going to have this flop full house, and he's going to play it really slow, really slow. 7 on the river. So Chu here with the best of it, and Robert with the 5 here. He is going to have to make that call, and just Chu is going to get paid here. Robert, unfortunately, having to let that one go, but the price was a little too cheap to fold that trip 5s. Dealer John handing out hand number 14 here in the Congress re-entry tournament. Just right at 30 minutes left to get into this tournament. So if you're listening and or watching from anywhere around the Poker House Fort Worth area, Burleson, Texas, Fort Worth, Texas, you got 30 minutes to come join these players. Maybe sit at the featured table or make it down to the final 8, where we will have the final table playing all the way down to a winner. Roy C here under the gun, looking down at the Queen Jack suited 10-9. Nice wrapped cards there at his hand. No low draw. Yeah, shaking his head there. You really want to have a chance at both, but it's just a pretty enough hand, and the blinds are low enough to go ahead and try to see a flop there. Lots of nut straights can be made with that hand. Jay coming along with the Jack 8 suited at 55 deuce. 5 deuce low player, and some straight opportunities with the Jack 8. Looks like David's going to be raising this one up. He's got the ace 4 low with the ace 6 of clubs playing, 10-7 coming along as well. Kevin G lets his pair of 10s 9-8 4 go. Kevin talking to David about just what a fun time he's having here on stream and enjoying this tournament and getting good hands. Always a bright spot here in Poker House Fort Worth. Kevin Chu looking down at pocket kings. Goes ahead and decides to make the call. Winner coming along as well. Queen 6-6-5-3, some low workers here. And I'm just kidding about Kevin. We all love Kevin here. Ace 5-4 on this flop. Chew could be the first one to act here. He's got the 3-6. David can continue his pre-flop aggression here. He does have 7-6 player, aces and fours on the high. Winter goes ahead and makes the call with some straight draw possibilities here for her. And that's going to bank it corner pocket there for Winter. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight. And David needs an 8 or a 3. Winner's got the low locked up on this hand. And the 6 does not help David there. He does not have the 3. And he's got an ace 4 player for the low. Yeah. Yeah, no, because she's got the 3-5. Yeah, because he's got. Yeah, she's got the wheel there. So good draws for David, but Winner just picks up everything she needs on that turn and river. I believe he heard David say that he would be back, which is good to hear. Showing David back in the graphics for the 30K. So it looks like he did re-enter. Now, whether he'll come back to this table or not, as we maybe needed for balance on another table, this is a re-entry tournament. And you still have 25 minutes to get here. Robert looking down at ace tray, low worker, ace king at diamonds high with a 6-4 coming along. Looks like he's going to make the call of 800 here. JW letting his hand go. Not much working there in that holding. Kevin calling the 8 with the 10-9 suited, a pair of 5s as well. Chu has the 3 deuce, low player, jack 10. Winner checking her option, or just calling the small blind, and the 3 seat checking his option. Dealer John giving us ace 10 8, 2 spades, 2 low working cards. Gin card there for Chu with a 3 deuce. Everything's been coming up Chu. He also has the 10 high flush draw. Roy with the higher flush draw and the king 5, which is going to be the nuts. So he's not going to go much of anywhere. But Chu with the nut low draw is going to be betting this one out for 2,000. Winner liking enough of her set of 8s, bottom set of 8s to come along as well. Could spoil the flush for these guys here. Roy with the nut flush draw calls. So we're still going to have 4 players to this turn. 7 does bring in the low. So deuce 3 is going to have it locked up for right now on this turn, which Chu holds. And he's going to continue firing at this pot, hoping to drive out some of these other players. Winter has the gut shot straight back up, set of 8. She needs the board to pair in a bad way, and she may have enough chips to make this call, which she does. Robert goes ahead and puts in the rest of his chips with his 4 tray low here. And I'm sorry, Roy has the nut flush draw with the king. Robert has the 4 tray low, who's going to go ahead and make the crying call here to see what develops. He's got a lot of good river cards for him, possibly. But we're looking for a spade for the all-in player. does not get there. And so that's going to bring the gut shot in for Winter, though. So Winter here going to have the Queen 9 high and Chu with the 3 deuce low. So perfect river there for Winter, and Chu, who turned the nut low with the 3 deuce, the only person holding the 3 deuce. So it's going to be a chop between Chu and Winter. Roy was all in, and I don't think he's going to get any of this back. Yeah, it does not look like it here. Needed a spade there on that river. So Chu and Winter with the perfect gin gut shot on that river are going to chop up the rest of this pot. So congratulations to those guys. Looking at the live clock, you still got about 20 minutes to join these guys for this Congress tournament. It's a $65 entry, but never fear about the blinds. This tournament does have a single add-on of $100 for 100K in chips. So if you're getting here late, you're going to have plenty of chips to continue to play this tournament after the break, with the single add-on of $100 bill for 100,000 in chips. Lots of room to play in this Congress tournament and pretty deep stacks, and that's what we were wanting to have, to allow people to play this game at a cheaper price than they could possibly get in a cash game where you typically see Congress being played. Not many Congress tournaments going on a lot of the time, so this provides an opportunity for players to enjoy the game of Congress at a cheap price point in a tournament atmosphere and not cost themselves an arm and a leg sometimes that Congress tends to do. It's like we are joined by a new player of Mike in the 5 seat. Jay looking down at pocket aces with the ace 6 of hearts working flush, naked ace of spades. Chu finally folding a hand. I'm surprised he can find the means to do that. He's hit the world. Kevin coming along with queens, 5-3 low worker. So 5 ways to a flop here. John brings us the queen 4-4. No fours in any of these players' holdings. Pocket queens with Kevin, though, so he does flop top set. A 3-8 low with his top set, which is usually never good, but it could be. You never know. Winner, who flopped a pair of queens, is the one that's going to bet this out, actually. Robert's going to make the call with his aces and kings in his hand. But Kevin flopping the boat here, just going to slow play it. Great play by Kevin here. So he's got to dodge a king and only a king, since two other players have the kings in their hands. Now that deuce may give a little bit of trouble for Winner here, as she has turned the bottom boat. It's hard to put your opponent on queen 4 or pocket queens, but it is a reality you have to think about whenever you're playing 5-card high-low. And Kevin's going to lead this one out for 9,600, a pot size bet. And Winter, she may not be able to get away from this. You know, she turns a boat. She's only beat by a 4 deuce or queen 4 or pocket queens. She's got a pretty good chip stack. Does she want to conserve it? It's for about a fifth of her chips. And great fold there by Winter. Great fold there by Winter. A lot of players would call that, feeling like they do have a boat in his best. Robert with his aces and kings can let it go, and Jay with his aces So the squeaky wheel does finally get some grease and gets to stack some chips there. Kevin picking up a much needed pot after not being able to connect too much on the latest several hands. Dealer John might get back in his good graces at some point if he continues that up. Hand number 17 on this $65 re-entry Congress tournament. You've got about 15 minutes to get in. So hopefully you're pretty close to the room or just got to the room to get in on this tournament. It does have a $100 single time add-on for a mountain of chips, 100,000 in chips. So there's going to be plenty of action to be played tonight for this stream and for this tournament. A great price point to learn Congress, possibly if it's something you've always wanted to try, or if you are a good enough and experienced player of Congress, a good competitive tournament with enough chips to where the skill can come out, has time to come out. 6 players to a flop, calling the big blind here of 800. The ace 9-6, all hearts do come out here on this flop. Kevin flopping the nut flush. Deuce tray in Mike's hand for the nut low. But Jay is the one going to be reaching for chips here, flopping the 10 high flush. Kevin here going to smooth call with his nut high. Chu going to come along as well with 2 pair. He's got aces and nines with the 5-3 if he thinks that's ever good as a low. And Mike making the call as well with his 3 deuce. King on the turn doesn't change much for anyone. Does give Mike some boat outs on the river to go with his nut low. Kevin betting pot here, it looks like. And going to try to price out Chu here. Chu's got some gut shots. He's got a gut shot with a 7, ace 9, 2 pair, and a 5-3 as a backup low, which he probably won't imagine is good. But he's got a mountain of chips, but Kevin has bet a huge amount here. As what tends to happen when you have this many people coming along on the turn, the pots do get a little inflated. So it's going to be a tough call here for Chu, pretty much knowing that he's needing to hit an ace or a 9 to take over this flush. But if he calls and everybody else folds, he will possibly be good for half the pot, as Kevin does not have, he has a 7-5 low. But let's go ahead and lay that down. I think the only call you're going to get here is Mike, who's going to call 15. I think that's what the pot actually was. Deuce on the turn actually counterfeits Mike's nut low, but he still has the 3-5, which is going to be as good enough for Kev to beat Kevin's 7-5 here. So these guys are going to chop this one up. Kevin G with the nut flush for the high, and Mike's 3-5 low going to be good enough for half the pot. So river there does bring home the low for Mike. Luckily, otherwise that's going to be a scoop for Kevin. But both players still make out well, as several players saw a flop on that one and 4 players to a turn. Dealer Tina stepping into the box here at Poker House Fort Worth, also a very experienced mixed games dealer. Knows her Congress well. Screen are pretty accurate. Of course, players come and go from the tables in tournament poker, so we do our best to keep them as up to date as possible. Blinds have gone up to 500 and 1,000. Winter coming along with her King Trade Deuce of Spades, 2-3 low player. Robert raises it up to 2,000 with his Ace Queen, 6-5-3 Ace 3 low player. Mike makes the call with pocket jacks. JW Ace Queen 10 Ace Tray low player, naked Ace of clubs. Kevin G with the Queen 10 9-9-4. We have several to a flop with the 5-3 Jack 2 spades. Winter with the second nut flush draw. Of course, we know it's the nut because we see the naked Ace of spades in Robert's hand. Ace Trey gets a little bit counterfeit there to Robert, but he's going to put in the rest of his stack anyway, short stacked. He does have 5-3 suited, and he does have the Ace of spades, so he could get some other spade draws to lay it down, but doesn't quite have enough to get a whole lot of folds. Mike's actually going to give him some protection here with the top set of jacks. Deuce 8 player on the low, and it may actually push everyone else out. We'll see if Winter makes the call. She's the only one that has any decent equity in the hand with the king high flush draw. Looks like she does make the call, so we're going to keep everyone's cards to themselves as we have side pot action between Winter and Mike. 8 brings the low, and Winter has a 3-7. Robert doesn't have a low. No, actually he does. He has Ace 6 low. So he's going to bet. She's going to let that go. And so Robert looks like he has the low wrapped up on the, oh, but the ace does counterfeit the low. Let me see what else they got there. He's going to play have a 3-6 player. Mike's top set still going to hold true. Yeah, it looks like Robert's still, I can't quite see the cards here to make certain, but luckily I just have to commentate, and Tina's the one that has to deal with actually keeping things up. Robert will pick up a slight side pot there from Winter that they got in on that turn there. So it looks like Robert had a player there beyond the ace for the low regardless, so he was able to pick up that low, and Mike's pocket jacks set on that flop hold for the high. So Robert makes a little bit, not much on that pot there. He's going to need to try to get a quick double up here. Players will be going on break shortly. During the break, there's a one-time add-on for a $100 bill for $100K in chips to give you plenty of chips to play Congress with here. showing 5 players here at this table, so we might have needed to move a few off for balance here. Mike looking down at King, Jack, 9, 7, deuce, King of spades, deuce of spades. Some straight opportunities here. Not much of a low, but he does go ahead and make the call. JW going to pot it here. Ace, Queen, 10, 9, deuce. Ace hearts working with the 9 and the deuce. So he's got a nut flush heart draw, nut low draw. Kevin G not finding anything here to work with. Chu looking down at King, Queen, Jack, 7, Trey. Looks like he needs to call 4,500 for the all-in. This is a pot limit game. But it looks like it might have held Jay here. Looks like Mike came along as well. And we're going to go 3 ways. And I don't think Jay's quite all in just yet. So the pot might not have helped him there. 5, 4, Queen, 2 spades, giving Mike the King high flush draw, nut low draw still for Jay, who's going to put in the rest of his stack. So I didn't quite hold him on the flop, but pre-flop, but it will on the flop. Chu with top pair of queens. And that's about it working for him, but he does come along for the 3,000 since it's pretty good pricing. Jay, obviously, sorry, Mike making the call with his King high flush draw. Backdoor straight cards. Jack does give him a pair, but gives the King high flush in his hand there. So no low yet for Jay, by the way. Jay looking for an 8 or less. That is not a 5 or a 4 to get half of this pot. And Mike's going to bet a lot here and push Chu off this pot. I don't think Chu can really call here. He's got 2 pair of queens, jack, picked up some more equity, but knows that he's dead to a queen or a jack pretty much with the flush coming home. He's got a 3, 7 working low, but decides to go ahead and lay that down. So Jay's going to take that bet back, and Mike's going to take that bet back. So now it's Mike versus Jay. And Jay looking for an 8 or less on this river. Does get it with the tray. So his ace deuce will get home for the straight. The wheel low, but Mike's King high flush is good enough for the high. So they will chop up that pot there. So Mike sat down at the table and has picked up a couple of decent pots, even though they were split pots. Jay picks up a few thousand chips there as well for solo winning the low there on that hand. And we're on to hand number 20. Winter, who started out strong, built up a big stack, has let a little bit go back into the rest of the player pool. Still sitting with a starting stack of 30,000 though, so no harm there. Plenty of time left to play poker. Blinds are 500 and 1,000. Mike under the gun looking down at pocket fives, jack 8, 7. Not much to do here, but he does go ahead and make a call while the blinds are low. Some players like to see flops. And Mike is not one to shy away from seeing flops. Jay calls 1,000 with his ace, tray, low, suited ace player. Kevin, pocket kings, 764. Chu with also with pocket kings. And winner with a lot of middling cards. Ace, deuce, 5. So Mike with the middle set of fives. Winner with a 6-4 player. Jay with the top pair of aces. 10 on the turn brings in the club draw, which Chu has the queen high club draw. Mike here going to put out a small bet to see where his set of fives is going to take him. Kevin makes the call with his king high club draw, pocket kings, king high club draw, 6-4 low player. And that's not a terrible low short-handed, but definitely would rather see a club on the river more than anything. Does not, but it does bring the 4, which is going to give Kevin the yeah, he's still going to have that low there. No, it's good. Yeah, it's 6-7 versus Mike's 7-5. So we've got the 4-6, yeah, 4-6 low in the set of fives. Yeah, 4-6. He had the 4-6, so the 4 doesn't have to play. He'd have to play the 4. He can play the ace, deuce, 5 for the 4-6 low, and Mike's set will be good enough for half the pot. So they'll chop that one up. Lots of card reading in this game. Lots of card reading in this game. I don't envy the dealers. And this is probably going to be the last hand before the break where players will get to add on to their stacks. And hopefully you are in the room already. We are 15 minutes in the past. So in real time, the players are coming back from break, which is the last opportunity to get into this tournament. So hopefully you're not listening to me anymore and you're sitting down at this tournament. Kevin going to call 1,000 with his ace, king, king, naked ace of spades, ace 4 low player. Jay going to come along with the pair of nines, 5, 4, 3. Flop of ace, 10, 8, 2 clubs here. So Kevin does have the nut flush draw. Jay still with pocket nines, 4, 3 low player. It's going to check around. 9 of spades does bring in the spade draw this time. Which no player has here. Winter is going to be reaching for chips here as she does pick up a little bit of equity in that 9, the queen high straight. Mike's going to call the 4,000. Not real sure what Mike has there, but it looks like Kevin's going to come along as well. Have to see what he is playing with here. 6 of clubs does bring in the front door club draw, giving Kevin the nut flush. So it is his world here for the high. And ace, 6, 8. So 3, 4 for Jay. So Jay here with the low. Kevin with the king high flush high. Kevin bet 20,000. Big bet there. Try to push away any of these other lows. We'll see if Jay thinks that his 3, 4 may be good. Mike wants to come along and see. I guess play his jack high straight. Yeah, he does have a jack high. He has a 7, so he has the jack high straight in his hand. Can't imagine he thinks that his 3, 7 low is good. But Jay, he does have the 9 high flush. But yeah, showing the 3, 4, which is going to be good for the low. Let me see what he has in his hand there. Yeah, the 3, 4 low getting paid off there. So he is still alive. And the players are now on their 15-minute break. Again, I want to thank everyone that is watching the $65 Congress Tuesday night tournament. $65 buy-in, $100 add-on. These players will be taking on at the break to get 100,000 in chips, so they will have plenty of ammunition to come back after the break and continue playing. And we're going to take you all the way down to a winner. I'm going to take a quick break and be joining you back when the players come back in about 15 minutes. Players are making their way back to the table. Should be back live in about 3 minutes. Again, the chip counts are being updated as players choose to add on or not. And there is a chip stack there. Hopefully it is up to date. Looks like it should be Kevin G with 175, Chew 166, Philip with 130, Winter with 44, Mike with 21, and JW with 13.5. So it looks like Philip is new to the table. Once again, we want to thank everyone for tuning in to this Congress Tournament live stream, Poker House of Fort Worth. live on YouTube and Facebook. Quite a few people have tuned in tonight. Let us know in the chat where you're watching or listening from, who you're rooting on. We've got 6 players here at the feature table, and we do have an outer table, so at some point there will be a table combination of 8, a final table where we will take you all the way down to a winner. So we are proud to bring you the first Congress live stream. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of cards to look at and decipher. Do my best to keep up with the action. Already I see Tina in the chat saying, let's go, Philip. I'm guessing she knows Philip. Haven't even seen his face yet. How do we know which Philip it is, Tina? I think we both know which Philip it is, and he's going to be a force here in this Congress game. Quite the Congress player himself. If it is the Philip, I'm assuming it is. And dealer Tina in the box. Going to bring us the first hand after the end of registration. No more re-entries. Add-ons have been purchased, and we are playing down to the winner. Blinds will be 1,000, 2,000 here. Again, I believe we have 6 players on this feature table. So that means the other table has 5 or 7 as we keep tables balanced as we do in all tournaments. And yep, there he is, Mr. Philip in the 8th seat. First actor under the gun here calls the 2,000 with the 66 578. Kevin calling 2 as well with ace queen. Hearts playing pocket jacks with the ace tray low. Winner calling the deuce with the ace jack suited ace 5 low player. Mike queen 10 suited 9 2 2. And Jack checking his option with the ace king jack ace spades player as well. So lots of flush opportunities here on this flop. But Tina, the dealer, not cooperating, put on a rainbow flop of 6 4 10. Mike with a pair of 10s, Jay with the gut shot, Philip with the gut shot as well. Kevin's pocket jack still in the lead. 7 on the turn. That's going to bring some of these straight homes. JW with the 8 9, going to bet all in the rest of his stack, it looks like. 2,000 apiece per player. It looks like he has a little less than 10 there. Exactly 10, actually. Holding the 9-8. Philip going to make the call with the pocket sixes, set of sixes. A lot of spoiler opportunities for a boat on the river. Ace tray of Kevin looks like still to be the nut low draw. Or the nut low that's there, actually. So it looks like, yeah, he wasn't quite ready to go all in. Now he has put in the rest of his chips. The pot didn't quite hold enough. 1,500 all in here for Jay, who's going to have the nut straight 8 9. And Philip makes the call. Kevin goes ahead and lets it go. I swear someone had the ace deuce. Maybe they didn't have the ace deuce. Could have been a card reader there, but Winter is going to be good enough to pick up the low there with the ace 5. So it looks like that's going to be chopped up between Jay and Winter. Yeah, Philip had the bottom straight there. Winter's ace 5 good enough for the low. So Jay staying alive, making the turn straight, big straight.
Are you tired of talking yet?
Oh, I am. It's not so much the talking; it's the figuring out what to say when you're looking at 40 cards. This is
Looks like a
Smokey
good
tuning in
turnout.
with me here for the $65 Congress tournament. Yeah, it's definitely a lot harder to commentate than Hold'em when you've got all lots of things to figure out here.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like a pretty good turnout for this event. First
Yeah,
ever. Yeah.
definitely our first Congress tournament here on live stream. They're playing for a $1,700 prize pool. We had 18 players participate, and so $1,700 paying top three. It's our second hand back from the break here. Kevin under the gun looking at King 10, 6-5. I'm sure he told Tina, great job there, good try, as he folds his hand. Mike looking at the suited ace 10, ace 3 low player, makes the call for 2,000. Chu has the pocket kings to come along as well. Jay going to complete the small blind with the queen 10, 7-6 deuce, queen high player. Philip checking his option with the king queen.
So I noticed we're advertising it as Congress on Poker Atlas, but Big O here on the stream.
Yeah, RF doesn't have a title for Congress.
Oh, really?
They call it Big O. Right, right.
Which I think it's referred to as Big O everywhere except probably Dallas.
Pretty much. Even
Maybe.
even even the WSOP is now calling it Big O.
Yeah.
So two hearts here. Philip has the second nut flush draw. Um, Mike with the nut low ace tray. See if he wants to put some money in here. Looks like he is reaching for some chips, betting 8,000 into this pot. JW folding. Philip does have, like I said, second nut flush draw.
He's
6-8
also
player low.
he's also open ended.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't think Chu can come along here. It cannot really. So what? I think Philip is in the lead with the high as well. Now that ace on the river changes things, but the three did that counterfeits Mike completely, doesn't it? Or does he still have a 7 player here or a 3 player?
Yeah, I don't know why Philip checked there. That was a little strange. I mean,
He
he made it.
made the ultimate nut flush. Looks like he may be going for a check raise here. The
Yeah,
cards have been pretty accurate. Um, I've been doing a great job reading pretty decently. Yeah, he did check raise there, and Mike did call. Pretty gutsy call there by Mike, to be honest, considering 3-4 did get there on him.
yeah.
Like I
So I
said,
don't know if Philip. I mean, Philip, if he just opens jams there instead of check raises, maybe I don't know. Both players with a good hand.
yeah, Mike is so short stacked though. Um, I
Yeah.
don't think he was ever really going to fold no matter what there.
Uh, yeah, I'm just not seeing that. Yeah, he's committed on the turn. He's probably not going anywhere.
Yeah, but good on Philip for making the nut flush there on that river. We've seen some pretty good hands. Only had one quartering really happen, but a couple of good scoops. Um, like I said, we definitely have had some pretty decent Congress players. Um, but it is a $65 buy-in, so even if you're not a super experienced Congress player, it's a great opportunity next Tuesday to get in and enjoy and learn the game a little bit at a cheap price.
Yeah,
Um,
and you guys got a ton of chips on the table, so it's not some super turbo. I mean, if you look at the big stacks, I mean, three of them here have, I mean, 60, 60 big blinds, so a lot
yeah,
of chips to play.
we put a pretty juicy add-on on this tournament, 100 for 100K. Give these players some stacks to play with after the break and some content to stream. And so it's turned out well. Like I said, $1,700 prize pool, 18 players. Not too bad.
Yeah, it won't take long though. Once the blinds get to about 5 and 10,000, it won't take long.
No, it's still a weekday tournament after all, and a lot of people have to work in the morning. Winter, who chose not to add on, but she built up a pretty good stack even without the add on, decides to call the 2000. Mike coming along as well. Jack 1010, J, pocket queens and pocket fours. Philip coming along with the ace queen 3, ace 3 suited player. Kevin checking his option with the ace king. Jack 9 8 straight cards. 5 ways to a flop. Deuce Trey 10 wrecking some lows out here. Um, Jay still going to be in the lead with the pocket queens. I'm sorry, Mike with the top set of tens. Needs to start piling in the money now. Now it looks like his chip stack may be incorrect. He's got lots of blue chips. He might have purchased the add-on unbeknownst to our controller in the control room there. He's got way too many blue chips to only have 9,000 in chips. So we'll get that stack corrected here shortly. Philip going to come along with the ace queen king on the turn is going to give him some Broadway opportunities. 6-4 gut shots. Sort of a wrap on the bottom here. He's got the nut low draw as well, and he's the one pushing the action, betting the 9,000, sort of setting his own price, Smokey.
Yeah, I mean he's got the nut low, and Mike's got a set. I think they're just going to get it in here probably. Mike's got so few
Unless
chips.
the low doesn't come, which it did
Yeah.
not.
And he makes
So,
the
but he makes the Broadway. Wow. So he goes from drawing to nothing to a complete scoop.
yeah.
What a river there for Philip, good
Well,
sir.
he did have the nut low draw and that gutter ball right there for the stone cold. But
Actually, actually, it looks like he had ace king, not ace queen.
oh, okay, so we messed up there a little
So
bit.
yeah, that's the kind of the first missed card we really had here on this one. So Mike's set of 10 is going to be good there.
Yeah, good river card for Mike. He knew he was dodging a low card.
See if we can get his stack. Yeah, it says 90K now, so it looks like Lorenzo in our control booth there on top of things got a corrected stack from him.
I noticed we have it said player 9. Are we 9-handed at this table?
No, the tournament's locked in to 8.
Okay.
But I believe it's just because they're in the 9 seat.
Okay.
It's putting him at the 9. So one of the holes they won't be using even at the final table. Winter looking down to the ace deuce with the naked ace of clubs. Jack 8-6 to go with it. Going to make the call under the gun here for 2,000. Mike plays a lot of hands in Hold'em, and he plays a lot of hands in Big O Congress as well, calling with a 10-9-8. Middling straight cards. Philip, not much going on, decides to defend the button, though. Kevin looking at ace, Trey, low player, naked ace of diamonds. And Chu ace Trey as well, with 3 hearts, ace of hearts being one of them with a live heart draw. Looks like, yeah, make some change there. Did he raise it up, Smokey? No, looks like he just called.
Yeah, a little limping. I
Yeah,
like
so we're gonna
Winter's
go
hand. I like Winter's hand the most here, but nobody with a flat out monster just yet. Yeah, here's
5
Winter's.
Jack Trey, clue 2 clubs. Yeah, she's got the naked ace of clubs, unfortunately, uh, but no one else having a club draw. Checks around to a deuce on the turn, so the low does get there. Ace 6 in winner's hand is best at the moment. This is going to check around again. 10 brings the front door of clubs, but doesn't excite anyone there. I'd like to see winner bet this here pretty hard. Just pot it. 10K. See what happens. Yep, she's just going to check it. And it's going to check around. They're just going to turn over winners here. Not even real sure. Does she have a scoop with the pair of jacks?
No, the 3-5 for 2 pair there.
Oh, yeah, 3-5-2 pair. She had ace 6 low.
Oh, there's 10 deuce for a bigger 2
10
pair.
deuce for a bigger 2 pair.
And nothing there.
So ace 6, good enough for the low.
Yeah, ace 6 and 10 deuce. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he mucked the 10 deuce there, but I've said this a lot. The dealers are sitting there, and I'm not. So I'm just here to commentate. They're the ones that are having to figure it out, not me. But it looks like
Oh,
yeah,
he split it. He split it.
Chew. Okay, so Chew. They chopped. They both had ace six low, so they chopped the low, and the 10 deuce got the high. And Carlos there with half the deck turned upside down. Let's see if he notices here.
Yeah, that might help.
All four dealers in the house tonight, all rotating through the live stream, all getting their chops in here, not only for Congress but on playing the live stream table and how to operate it. So that's pretty good for us to see them all getting their turn in the box here on the live stream.
Absolutely.
So we're racing down to three players. $850 for first place, $510 for second, and $340 for third. $1,700 prize pool. Had 18 entrants. Not a bad little inaugural tournament here for the Congress.
No, I think this thing will grow. There's a lot of mixed game players in the area. I think once we get the word out, there will be some travel in for some of these, especially with the stream associated with it. So those of y'all that are getting tired of playing with two cards, this is the best game, in my opinion, that is out right now.
And a fantastic price point to get in on it.
Yeah, to learn, especially.
$65. It'll cost you a lot more than that to sit in our cash games that we play Congress at, even if they are free for the month of August.
Yeah.
Winter under the gun. If that's her cards there, she's got a pretty decent holding there. Ace deuce suited, ace nine. Mike going to be the first one to act. He's going to call the two with the queen, jack, jack, 10, 10. Kevin with a lot of middling flush and straight cards calls the two. Chew pocket kings comes along as well. And Winter is going to raise this one up as she should. Looks like she's going to make it 7 to play. Mikey are going to make the call as well. And even though it's Congress and not Hold'em, it's a lot like Hold'em, in for 2, in for 20. Oh no, Chew does fold. Good fold there by Chew. He just completed in the small because he was already halfway there, but does get out of the way. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. 10, 10 trays. So that's quads, Smokey.
Yeah,
what do you think of that?
Somebody had pocket tens. Was it pocket tens or pocket trays they had?
I believe it was pocket tens. That was jack, jack, 10, 10 there for Mike in the 5 seat. And Kevin's the one betting this out here. So we'll let the graphics catch up here. But nope, Kevin. Nope.
Yeah, he bet. Everybody folded. He showed it, I think.
Yeah, I think it's I think he had the pocket tens. No, he didn't either. I could have swore it said 10, 10 here.
Yeah, it did say 10, 10. I don't know what happened. So it's our first night. We may have a few technical difficulties, but it's been pretty good so far. I don't know what happened right there. That would have been a weird bet with only one low card out there, and you're sitting with quads. I figured you'd have tried to build a pot, so maybe he didn't have.
Yeah,
he
the way he was celebrating, he was probably celebrating dragging a pot. He's had a little struggle with the cards so far in this tournament, but has the chip lead at the table at the moment. Philip folding his hand in the hijack. Kevin folding as well. His players starting to tighten up a little bit as the blinds are going up. the last hand of 1500 to 3000. Jay making the call with ace, queen, queen with an ace tray player and the ace four of diamonds. Chu making the call with pocket kings. Winter with a mystery card, pocket sevens. And Mike checking his option to the big blind with some suited connectors and pocket deuces. 7, 8, jack, 2 diamonds here. So we're going to have the nut flush for Jay.
Yeah, set for winner.
Yeah. She's going to be betting this one out.
Jay
3,000.
also has a second nut low draw here, so her and winner, Jay and winner are probably going to go at it. I don't know. Mike's open ended here, but
Winner made a pretty healthy bet there, 7,500. And if you're Jay, you're loving the call here with the pretty decent low and the nut flush draw.
yeah. Well, you got the blinds are 2 and 4, so she. How did she bet
They were
75?
50. They were 50. This is the last hand of 15 and 3.
Oh, okay. Okay. There you go.
Now, is that graphic accurate? Does she turn the boat there? I couldn't quite see the card there. I was looking away. If it's a jack on the turn, she's going to fill up with jacks full. Mike's going to let his straight cards go.
Yeah, but Jay made the nut flush, but it paired the board here.
Yeah,
Still got
see,
a good low draw.
yeah,
so
but he doesn't have enough chips to fold.
Yeah.
Looks like yeah, so he's going to need a 6 or less. That's not an ace, tray, or 4.
Yeah, he needs a deuce 5 or a 6. And a lot of those cards are out, so we'll see.
Yeah, he's got pretty good odds here. Four still holds him on with the ace tray, so they are going to chop this one up.
Winter,
he had 3 and 3 and the 4, ace 3 and 4.
Yeah, so he had a lot.
So he hit a lot outs. He could hit pretty much anything low, and stays alive in this tournament. 6 players at this featured table, so we have 5 or 6 on the outer table, maintaining table balance here on the live stream, because we are in a tournament. Is this your first Congress live stream, Smokey?
I think I helped with one at Kojak's a long time ago, but yeah, this is the first one I've done. I've done PLO, but yeah, as far as Congress goes, I think it is. Possibly did one way back in the day with Charlie, but I don't remember.
Well, August is the month of Congress here at Poker House Fort Worth. Not only are we having the Tuesday at night tournaments, but we have free Congress cash games all month long. So if you play Congress at all, you can play here at Poker House Fort Worth with 0 cash game access fees. All you need is an active membership, and all of our Congress tables will be on 0 access fees for the entire month of August. It's a heck of a deal. We've already had a couple tables getting together. You can check it out on Poker Atlas, sign up on the list, and let your friends know, and come meet up and play Congress 7 days a week for the month of August here at Poker House Fort Worth with 0 access fees.
You have another live stream tomorrow night as well. Is that DJ's game, or what are we calling that tomorrow? Is it just?
Yeah, it's DJ's game on Wednesday nights at 7 o'clock. It's a $1, $2, no limit hold'em, $300 max buy-in. That one's a lot of fun to stream and watch them play. But it's one of those affordable games that anybody can get into. But it's a lot of fun and a little bit crazy. But
yeah, I was gonna say you're saying affordable. It is affordable, but they throw the chips around for sure. If you like action, it's a little bit. It's the best of both worlds, really.
Yeah, it is an overall fun stream. The regulars that get on there, of course, you can get on there just by signing up on Poker Atlas or putting your name on the list anytime at Poker House Fort Worth. The list is up all week long.
Yeah, I see. I see. There's 14 players, so probably good luck getting on tomorrow. But as soon as tomorrow's over, sign up for the next week, and you'll get a seat.
Yep. And this Friday, I plan on streaming the Bomb Pot free roll. So that'll be a lot of fun to commentate as well. We made some changes from the Bomb Pot tournament on Sunday, and we're going to do it on Sundays and Fridays in August here at Poker House of Fort Worth. So if you like bomb pots, it's just a normal free roll like we have on Mondays and Thursdays. But for every level change, we're going to have a bomb pot.
Yeah, so it's still a hold'em tournament, but with bomb pots on the level change.
Yep.
Yep.
Like I said, we've increased the level time from Sunday, and the bomb pots amounts are a standard ante amount. They're no longer the big blind ante. I think for like the first 4 levels, it's 200 a bomb pot, and then the next 3 levels, it's 500 per bomb pot, and I don't think it goes to 1,000. It's it's not the small blind or the big blind like you see in other places. It's sort of a moderate bomb pot amount, but it's a cool twist on an old favorite free roll tournament. $1,500 guarantee. So
Good one.
we had a prize pool was over 2,000 on Sunday, and so looking to have a lot of participation this coming Friday. And did you see or hear me talk about the Wild West game coming up this Sunday?
I didn't.
Of course, we have the ladies stream every other Sunday here at Poker House Fort Worth, but this coming Sunday is DJ has put together a Wild West stream, and it's essentially a kind of a local home game in the area that's going to come play on stream for a few hours, and it is supposed to be a sight to see with some of these cast of characters that are coming, and I'm excited to see exactly what these guys. We've all been to home games. We've all seen the fun that can happen with home games.
Got a big hand here
Yeah,
between Mike and Kevin starting to brew. Kevin's got a great hand. If that 9 was a deuce, I'd really love it.
Oh yeah,
a great hand nonetheless. I'm gonna obviously favor it over Mike's here, but we'll see what happens.
Jack 8-5. So Kevin's still going to be ahead here with the pocket aces.
Well, no, Mike's got
two pair 8-5, and he's going to press this here, and it might get through. Smokey, not much there for Kevin to continue with.
Yeah, like I said, if that 9 was a deuce, he'd be ripping it in. But looks like he's ripping it.
Looks like he is anyway.
He's still got gutter balls. He's still got backdoor spade draw. A lot can happen in this game. Well, I can't. Those are 25s, right? So he raised it to 75.
So he did bet the pot.
100. Yeah.
And does Mike want to come along here? Yeah. He didn't have enough lot chips, so he's just putting him all in here. Gonna see what happens here. Mike is currently ahead with the 8-5. We'll see exactly what they had.
Jack even counterfeits the 8-5, so it's be interesting. Nobody's really got much of a low draw. Well, Mike doesn't have one at all.
Kevin didn't have one at all, did he?
Well, he has ace 8-5, but he's got 2 of his pairs already on the board.
Yeah, Kevin doesn't have one at all, and no low for either player here. Ace, king, queen, the 8-5 going to be slightly ahead at the moment. So Kevin coming from behind on this one, a deuce on the turn.
He can still get a low here too if he gets another card. No.
Jack does counterfeit the hand though, so aces and jacks is going to eliminate Mike from the tournament.
Yeah.
And his low got counterfeit as well. Did ace 5-8, 8-5
Yeah,
on the board.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's going to be a scooper there for Kevin. Tough beat there for Mike, but Kevin had a lot of outs, as is prone to happen in Congress. Even if you're ahead, you're sometimes a dog in the percentages. And I don't know if that was the case on that one, but
That was a flip, I think.
yeah, it does happen a lot in Congress that you're up against a world of outs.
A lot of
So
variances.
big hand there for Kevin. A pretty significant chip lead on the table there.
I
Tina in the
called.
chat
Yeah,
says, "How many minutes is the delay?" It's a 15-minute delay. Tina, all of our streams. What were you going to say, Smokey?
I said I called the counterfeit with the
You
jack.
did. You did. That's exactly what
I
happened.
didn't mean to speak that into existence, but it is what it is.
And we are five-handed here at the feature table.
Who do we have dealing right now? Who is this?
That is Carlos, who's
That
an
is the Carlos.
experienced mixed games dealer. Definitely knows his Congress.
Oh yeah, there he is. That's him now.
Yeah.
Not much of a hand here. Probably gonna toss that in the muck.
Yeah.
No, he.
Just gonna call the three, maybe. He wants to see a flop.
Yeah, everybody wants to get in cheap, but you can really get yourself in trouble like that in this game for sure. I would have
Yeah.
tossed that in the muck, but that's just me.
Philip
Oh,
looking down at Ace King King 8-7.
yeah, big hand here for him. Winner's got a hand.
No
Oh, I like
real
Kevin's
strong
hand
low
here.
hands. Oh
I
yeah,
really like
Kevin's got
Kevin's
the hit the
monster.
ace deuce with the hearts. So and the
Yeah,
hearts just get there. So Kevin drawing to nut here. And with the chip lead at the table, let's see if he wants to lean or lay down. He does lay it down sneakily. Unfortunately, I don't see anybody betting it just yet with anything that's out there. 9 on the turn. Doesn't give winner the straight. I thought it might have, but he doesn't have the 10. 9,
gives
10.
Philip a nut flush draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like checking the flop because you don't have enough money in on the turn to really do anything. Once the flop gets checked, that's the only
Yeah.
problem.
He is going to bet a little bit here. 15 in the pot. He may just bet 15 here. Yeah, he does. It's going to drive winner and chew out. Jay's not going to be able to come. Philip could. Philip's
Yeah, he's gonna see one.
he's got an ace 8 low, but he's got a nut flush draw.
It's
So
cheap
he's
because
going
they
to,
wouldn't bet the flop. Problem with Kevin's hand is he's got all his own outs, but
yeah, all the hearts. He just needs an 8 or less here for sure. Does get the 6. So Kevin misses the flush, but makes the nut low.
yeah,
And
but that makes Philip a straight.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they're going to end up chopping this anyway.
Well, no, Kevin's scooping. He's got nut.
What does Kevin have?
He has the hearts and the nut low.
Yeah, but that's the graphics wrong. It was a black card.
Oh,
black 6.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Philip's got the
straight.
Philip's got the straight. Kevin made the nut low.
What? That's what I said when he made the straight. That graphic, that's throwing me off. That's why. That's hard to do when you.
Yeah, no, it's when you're looking at all these cards and you're not sure if they're right. It makes commentating tough. But like I said, we're just here to talk about it. Carlos is there to handle it, so he'll get it figured out. But yeah, Kevin holding a lot of his own hearts there, but ends up getting the low. So yeah, tomorrow we have the noon tournament, just like we do every day here at Poker House Fort Worth. Those noon tournaments have been doing really well. I don't know if you've been seeing any of those prize pools, Smokey.
Yeah, they're doing great, and people are really starting to get excited about the $20,000 guaranteed free roll that's associated with those chip stacks they're earning. I think it's like a 3-month long promo. So the first month it's kind of lackadaisical. There's no sense of urgency, but with only 12 people being qualified after the first month, was it 12 or was it 8?
We took 12. Yeah. We
Yeah,
had
so I think we're
70,
only 12.
77 participants in the qualifier, and a lot of them realized that, hey, I need to start collecting those stamps. And
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
we've seen people this week so far paying a little more attention to their stamp sheet. It makes a big difference in these qualifiers.
Yeah, and their players are rewarded through tournament play, buy-ins, being the first 9 there. Every hour they play in cash for being the first cash game to get started. There's hourly high hand, so just a ton of ways to build chip stacks to what's basically a monthly qualifier. And then if you qualify, and I don't know if you spoke about this already, and I'm beating a dead horse, but once you qualify in that, then you qualify for the $20,000 free roll, which everybody starts then with an equal stack, and what is it, 30,000 chips?
I think it's 30,000 in chips. I'd have to look, but yeah, everybody's coming back on October 12th with the same amount of chips. So your goal is to just qualify. There's only 3 qualifiers, and we've already had one. So you've got September 7th coming up. So be sure, and any participation that you do here in Poker House gets you the chip stacks for that September 7th tournament.
Yep. Make sure you see the cashier on the way out. They'll stamp your sheet. That tells us how many chips you're going to have for the qualifier, and you don't want to forget that.
All spades here on this flop. Kevin with the nut flush, and Chu didn't have another spade, so it looks like it's just going to be all Kevin here. 3 deuce, no good. 2 5, no good. So no lows really making on this one.
Winner's got a 2-4, but
Oh yeah, she does have a
well,
two
she doesn't
four.
have anything to go with. I think you just fold. I think she folds here, but
Yeah.
if she's not don't have anything in pot small, it just
Oh,
we'll
Chu's got
see.
a set of 5s. Sorry here, so you may see Chu come along just to see if he can get a board paired river,
He
and he
does.
does. Yeah. So no chopped pots here. We're playing only for the high, and the board does not help Chu. So Kevin's going to get another pretty decent sized pot here pushed his way. And it does go ahead and pot it here.
Yeah, Chu. He didn't even have a low. He's counterfeited on his low, so he just
Yeah, he does have
gets
to
the
let that
mucks.
one go. So
We don't
Kevin's
have
stack gets bigger.
we don't have a big crowd joining us today like we do on Wednesdays. I don't know if people aren't used to us streaming on Tuesdays yet, but we got to grow this crowd. Crowd's a little quiet tonight. Tina's blowing the chat up. We appreciate that, Tina. But
Yeah,
she's
we've
not the
we've
only
had
one.
a lot of people tuning in and out, but not many chatters tonight. But if you are listening or watching, let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting on. Should be going to a final table of 8. Like I said, this is the feature table with one outer table. And once we reach 8 players in the tournament, they'll combine here on the live stream, and we're going to take you all the way down to a winner. Dealer Paul in the box. Also a mixed game dealer. Jay's been on a roller coaster, but never really had much of a stack to go with it. Calls the 4,000 under the gun. Philip looking down at some Broadway connectors, pocket deuces. Decides he's tired of sitting here, wants to see a flop. Kevin, who hasn't been able to miss at all, lays down his hand on the button. Chu with the suited ace and pocket eights. Winner checking her option. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. King, queen, 8, 2 diamonds. Chu with the nut flush draw. Philip with some straight outs.
Tina in the chat saying that she can definitely chat. We may have to get her on here to help us talk.
Spend half my time trying to figure out what everybody has and not able to commentate too much. Jay's going to put in the rest of his stack here on this heart draw on the turn. Oh, actually, he has a straight as well. So he's got the nut Broadway with the jack high flush redraw.
Yeah, I don't think Chu can go anywhere though. He's got nut flush draw and a set of eights.
Yeah, he's going to have to call this one
It's
down. So
only 16,000
and
also.
winner Winner liking what she sees with the second nut flush draw, and
Yeah.
guess technically a gut
Oh,
shot. Oh,
a heart on the sheet. Winner made the
yep,
what
she
we
made
know as
the
nuts.
king high flush. Yeah, so no low. So winner's gonna scoop this one up, and we're gonna lose Jay. Chu lets his go. So Jay finally doesn't get half the pot, and he's gonna say goodbye to us for this Congress tournament. But well played by Jay. He got his money in good on good draws and or good hands, and I was able to stay alive.
Winner's Winner's a good player. I've known her for a while. She's played. I remember her back in the, I believe in the Dallas days, and she's a big mixed game player. She's good.
Yeah, she's been on the ladies stream a couple times on our Sundays ladies stream that we have every other Sunday, and she gets them pretty good.
Yeah, she holds her
She's
own.
a good poker player,
Yep, and a nice lady.
and looks like we may be going to a final table here. They'll be combining tables to the live stream table and doing a redraw for seats.
Yeah, I said when it got to 510, it wouldn't take long. I don't know, where are we going after 2-4? Are we going to
3-6, I believe.
3-6? Okay,
Yeah.
so it may not even take to get to 510.
Now Big O moves. I say Big O. Got to get used to saying Congress. Congress moves pretty quick. You get a lot of equity in every card. 5 cards. You see a lot of flops. Got to be careful in this game.
So they're redrawing the final table, so it'll take a few minutes. We got to get everybody's chip counts in. Miss Tina's saying she doesn't know anything about cards, but she can talk about anything else. I've got to ask why are you watching the stream? Are you watching somebody, or what brings you to the stream if you don't
Yeah,
know anything about cards?
she said she was rooting on Philip earlier, so I think
Oh, is it
she
Philip?
knows
Oh, okay,
our
I see it
Philip
there.
here at the
All
table.
right,
Yeah, yeah.
okay. Watching
So
old Philip.
Philip, a pretty regular player here at Poker House Fort Worth. I enjoy his company in the room.
Oh yeah, he plays. He's been playing poker for a long time. Another fierce competitor, local guy there that don't really want to be sitting across the table from.
Nope, he knows what he's doing at a poker table. So we've got Ray at the final table here. Curious to see who we have joining us here at this final table. Like I said, they're paying 3 places. First place in this first Congress tournament of the month is going to be $850, 510 for second, and 340 for third. So Robert is going to make his way back to the final table. He started the feature table with us early in the tournament and got moved off of it. See Jason in the one seat.
Oh man, there's a lot of good players there. So we got Robert. Wow, this gentleman here, I believe that's Ron. He's got a ton of chips.
Yeah, as dealer Paul there is updating the control room with the chip counts so we can bring you the most accurate action possible. I think Kevin still might be the chip leader here. Kevin getting moved to the 4 seat as they do a redraw on this final table, just like we do on all tournaments.
Yeah.
And there's the newest updated chip counts here. Kevin is the tournament chip leader with 375, a good gap on the field. Second place, Ron, 195. Jason, new to the stream table, 190. Philip, 138. Robert, back to the stream table as well, with 129. Chew, 114. Winner hanging in there with 92. And Ray needing some action with his 75,000. But the blinds are pretty low, Smokey. There's still plenty of poker to be played.
Yeah, we're still at 2-4, right? So they paused the clock. I mean, the short stack has nearly 20 big blinds. Now it's a little bit different when you're playing Congress. They don't mean quite the same as they mean in Hold'em, but
Right.
usually, but so
it's a good value tournament for the players, just once a
oh
week.
yeah,
$65 buy-in, and
great
especially if you take care of yourself with that add-on that they offer, you definitely have enough chips to stick around and wait and play the game. Ron there, he was one of our recent winners of the top of the hour horse races, Smokey. We're doing the top of the hour horse race promotion. Basically, any cash game that's going at the top of every hour, the dealer just gives everyone two cards face up. Here in Dallas Fort Worth area, they call them flips a lot of the time. West Texas, we call them horse races. And so you just get two cards face up, run a board out, and if anybody makes a full house or better, they win the progressive jackpot. Jackpot is $250 a day, goes up by $250 every single day, but it has been hit so often that we just haven't had a chance to let it build up. But we've had a $250 winner almost every day in August. So it's just a free way to win some jackpot money just by playing here at Poker House Fort Worth. Top of every hour, every cash game, a 2-card flip for the jackpot. King, 7, deuce, 2 clubs here on this flop. Ron with the queen high flush draw. Robert with pocket aces, but not the ace of clubs. Queen on the turn as this checks around. 6 players seeing this flop. Somebody's got to have something here. Winner's going to be open-ended. Looks like Kevin's the one that's going to finally bet this out with his bottom set of deuces, which I believe is still best. Ron may come along here with the queen high flush draw. Chew coming along as well. So pretty big pot here, Brew and Smokey. Pot of the night for sure here on stream.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here on a river card.
A couple players looking for the board to pair. A couple of them looking for low cards. There's the pair. So the pocket deuces. Nobody has a 7. So the pocket deuces of Kevin is going to reign supreme here if all of the cards are correct on the reader. No. Winter has a 7, but she doesn't have a deuce, king, or queen. Tough beat there for Winter. Kevin G going to bet the pot here, 144. Confident in his underboat, as I like to call him.
Yeah, I think Winter can fold here.
Yeah,
she's a good enough player that she can fold. It's a tough spot, but
she's double checking there to see if she has a king, queen, or deuce to go with that 7. And according to our card readers, she does not. But you don't really beat much of anything, and he did pot it on the turn. So
yeah, great fold.
Big pot there for Kevin, and Smokey, he's going to be close to having probably a third of the chips in play.
Yeah, he's another guy you don't want to give chips to. I mean, I'm looking around this table and all really good, solid players. It's going to be anyone's game at this point. But man, what a tough table.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get chips away from Kevin. He's played really solid this whole tournament.
Yep. And great laydown by Winter. You can tell she's seasoned. Most players that probably just started playing Congress may not fold that, but or a Hold'em player maybe, perhaps.
Yeah. But like we said earlier, this is a perfect tournament if you just want to if you don't have a whole lot of live experience with Congress. Only a $65 entry, nice and cheap. Plenty of chips to play with. Uh, it's a it's a good tournament for anyone wanting to kind of dip their toes into the Congress game.
Yeah, but be careful. I'm gonna warn everybody now. I'm gonna give them their warning that it's like crack. Once you start playing with 5 cards, it's like driving a Ferrari and then having to get back into your little Kia Soul. You don't want to do it. You don't want to go back to 2 cards. 2 cards is boring. It sucks after you play 5 cards. And I'm just telling you,
But maybe
it is.
maybe that's the reason we decided to give free Congress cash games for the month as well.
Yeah,
Support that
there's
addiction.
yeah, it's a great game. I think not a lot of people know how to play it just yet, but it's definitely still growing, and it's pretty big in the DFW market. But there's still a lot of players that just prefer to play Hold'em. So
Oh yeah, we've got them both here at Poker House Fort Worth. Always have a Hold'em game going, and the free Congress games are starting to crop up more and more and more. Kevin going to be flopping top set of aces here. The rich keep getting richer, and winner's going to have a second set of queens. So buckle up for this one here. Winner does have a 5-3 backup if the lows do get there. Um, but yeah, this one could get big here. Yep, he's going to pot it immediately. And I don't think she can get away from it, Smokey. I mean, she can maybe give him pocket aces. What do you think?
she's got such a decent low draw with it. I don't know. This is it's gonna get ugly.
Yeah, he's going to pot that there. Ron letting his hand go.
What's
Yep,
it? I don't know what he has with his 5 though. To see what's
Yeah. Hey, for his sake, he better have a deuce.
yeah. It's
He's going to have a stranglehold on this one here if he does.
I like the call. I mean, there's so many. I mean, the nuts change after every card, right? So I don't mind just calling here. I can see his hand. Well, it was
Yeah.
he says deuce. I think he's got a deuce. I think I saw a deuce.
Oh, yep. There's a deuce there.
That hurts his hand. She has a really good hand now. I believe he has
Yeah.
ace deuce.
Yeah, she's.
Yeah,
They're
that
gonna
was a
split.
perfect
They're
card
gonna,
for her hand.
yeah, they're gonna split this one up.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunate for her, he's got ace, but yeah, she thinks she's probably
Unless,
got that nut.
unless she can find the last remaining queen in the deck.
Well, a four would be a little scoop, be a sick little scoop here.
Oh, that's true. She has the 5-3 for the wheel. Yeah. Oh, he's got a 4 in his
Oh
hand.
yeah.
So
He's actually got. He's actually no, he doesn't have a 3, so it'd be the same.
yeah, he didn't have the 3, so it's still the same
He's
thing.
He's got a 4.
Yeah, relevant.
Yeah.
Jack on the river there. So top set of aces versus the 5-3
he's-
low.
He's playing a 4-5. She's playing a 3-5.
Yep. So luckily for Winter there, the low does come through on the turn, keeping her alive in this tournament and with a decent chip stack still.
Yeah, she had a monster, man.
Yeah,
What a hand.
Unfortunate. Yeah, Kevin had an absolute monster as well.
Ace, deuce, 3, whatever he has.
Deuce 4-5.
Yeah.
He had ace, king, 4-5. And her 3-5 sneaks her back half that pot to stay healthy here with the blinds 2 and 4,000. So 8 players, your final 8 here for this first Congress tournament of the month on Tuesday nights. 7 o'clock, $65 buy-in, and it's a re-entry tournament. And it's got a single add-on available at the break. A $100 bill gets you 100K in chips for plenty of chips to play the tournament with and not be too much rushed by the blinds. But they do go up as they tend to do in tournament play.
What did you say the Wild West game was? The buy-in and the structure?
DJ's bringing some friends. They play a little Hold'em home game.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to play 1-2. But he said it's one of those home games where everybody buys in for usually 100 or a couple hundred, and by the end of the night, somebody's won 6, 7 thousand,
Yeah.
just because they just like to gamble. So and so we'll see what it brings.
Is this open to anybody or just their guys
Well,
right now?
it's going to be their little home game at first, but once people get kind of see who it is, we're going to open it up. If it continues on after that, these guys just kind of want to get together and enjoy themselves on stream, and we want to bring the entertainment to anybody watching. So not a whole lot going on here. Looks like Chew's betting like he has something here though on the button. Nobody else was interested. He'll try to take this one down. Philip, not a lot going on either. Ray has an overpair in the jacks with a gut shot with a 10, or I guess a 5 could give him a straight as well, but decides to go and lay it down anyway. Robert pocket kings with a gut shot as well, or the same double gutter. Looking for a 6 or a 10 with the overpair of kings. Does make that lay down though, and Ron here wants to see another card. Top pair, he got a pair of 8s, he's got queens, running hearts. 6 on the turn does bring some more outs for Ron. I think Ron's leading the hand right now, Smokey, with pocket queens, actually.
Yeah, I deuce
And
4. Yeah,
yeah,
queens.
and Chew betting here on the river, but not enough. I don't think that Ron can fold. I
Yeah,
don't think.
Chu has the low with ace 4, but I mean Ron's. You can't think that one pair is good here.
No,
You only, you only have,
Ron's got to put him on the straight. Ron's going to end up laying this down,
yeah, Ron
and,
don't.
and rightly so too. I mean, we see that he's got the winner, but you still can't make that
Measly,
call.
yeah, measly 2 pair. You know, this game is so easy to have 2 pair. It's hard to call with 1 pair in this game.
Yeah, no, it's you see that it was the wrong fold, but for those that know the game, it was the correct fold
Yeah,
there
it's
by Ron.
still the right fold. Discipline fold.
Yeah, I'm excited for this Friday's Bomb Pot tournament. You know, we ran it on Sunday, had over 2,000 in the prize pool, lots of participation, got a lot of feedback on the tournament, and we've made some changes, kind of see how the tournament flows. So I'm excited to see what this Friday's Bomb Pot tournament looks like. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
But even if you don't want to wait until Friday, we still have our Thursday night free roll as well.
Yeah, Wednesday's the only night right now that we're not. I believe, is that right?
Yeah, no tournaments on Wednesday nights. Other than that, we have a noon free roll every day. $500 guaranteed at noon free roll, which is growing really well. It's a great little daily tournament. If you're off work or find yourself with nothing to do around lunch, 7 days a week, we have that little free roll tournament, and then every evening have something going on here at Poker House Fort Worth. But regardless, 7 days a week we got our cash games, the 1-2 no limit cash games, and our Congress games are getting together more and more since they are free for the month of August. And that's kind of a hard deal to pass up if you're a Congress player. Robert here looking at the Jack High flush draw. Ron calling with it's got some straight workings there. Chew calls a 35, and he already has the straight with the 5-9. Philip wishing that ace was a club, but he does get counterfeit on his low draws, so he's probably going to have to let this one go. But he's counting out some chips. I think it just looks really good, but it's really not. Just a lot of two-pair opportunities. Maybe he can catch a boat on the river. Kevin G, pocket aces again. That man has had pocket aces so many times this tournament. He's got top set of aces, two pair draws. He's got a lot of his own outs, Smokey.
Yeah, interesting hand. It's a big pot to have so many people still left in it, but
he's got the chips to spare to see if he can just get lucky and spike a 6, 7, or 8 on the river. Oh, and he's going to pot it. Did you hear that? Wow. He said pot. So that's going to be a game changer for a lot of these players. Yeah. Robert's going to come along here since he does have the nuts right now with the 9-10. So this is going to be a huge pickup for Robert if he can get keep Kevin from filling up on this river.
Yeah, that's the worst part about this game, though. Sometimes is
there's always outs.
You don't have a low here near Robert, and so when you get it in, it just sucks when it doesn't work out for you.
Yeah,
of course, he doesn't have a ton of chips, and this is a big spot for him to take a massive pot. So I mean, he's got to. You're never folding.
And you've got a couple jacks in your hand to block the bigger straight to come out. A couple blockers to the bigger straight if it does happen to pop up. Chu just doesn't want to fold this 5-9, but you just have to put somebody on 9-10 for sure. Philip's going to let this one go. So Robert going to be at risk here against Kevin.
River's a 10 of spades.
Maybe.
Oh, no, queen. Something happened.
What
are we doing here?
So we're playing catch up with the graphics here.
If that queen is right, then the nut straight held and ace 5, ace deuce is going to be your low hand. Philip and Robert are going to split this.
Yeah, he has the ace deuce player there, Philip. I didn't see the deuce in Philip's hand there earlier.
Yeah, he had the nuts, spade draw, and ace deuce. So
yeah, he didn't give Philip any chips there. So let Kevin and Robert chop that up some way somehow. So might have had the graphics wrong on that one there, but yeah, he handed the chips over to Robert and Kevin.
Okay.
So like I said, I didn't see the deuce in Philip's hand, but regardless, like I said, with these 5 cards and these table readers, it is difficult sometimes, but that's why we have the dealers there running the game, and we are just commentating on it. And we'll follow it along as the dealer tells us exactly what happened. Tina in the box. One of many of our fantastic dealers here at Poker House Fort Worth, also well versed in mixed games. Kevin is still your chip leader. Going to be under the gun. Going to let his hand go. Robert, who just got a healthy chop out of that last one there, looking down at nothing, lets it go. Ron looking at ace king suited with the ace deuce of spades as well. Ace deuce tray, ace king. Good hand here for Ron. He's going to limp in for 5. Chu and Winner folding their hands. It's like Jason is going to come along with his ace queen suited with the ace deuce. Actually, he raised it up to 15. Philip, ace jack, pocket 5s. He got the suited ace 5 working for him here. Not quite good enough to call a pot bet, but he may. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and let it down. And Ray going to come along with some middling straight card possibilities. 3 ways to this pretty decent size pot already. Tina putting on a flop of queen, 9, 9, 2 clubs. Ray is going to immediately put the rest of his stack in here, holding a 9 in his hand.
Yeah.
And, not much for these other players. This may get through, Smokey.
Yeah. Good work. Probably. I think it does.
He's got just enough to make a dent in either one of these stacks, so you may see fold, fold here. No lows coming for either players remaining that has both of them have the ace deuce, and they're going to let it go, though. And Ray is going to get a very healthy pot there, much needed for him.
Trying to find a picture of DJ in all of our pictures that we have, and I don't have it. And that's very weird.
I've got him on lots of thumbnails and on YouTube. That's about it. Yeah, his game will be tomorrow night here on stream at 7 p.m. I will be live on site commentating that game. You're welcome to join Smokey if you're anywhere near a computer.
All right, I might take you up on that. I'm not sure if I will be in Dallas still at that time tomorrow or not, but if I'm somewhere stationary, I'll join you. If not, I may have to pass. Do you have anybody else lined up?
No, DJ's been kind of the guy in the booth with me here recently. We
Yeah.
got some changes coming up here at Poker House Fort Worth that's going to allow some guest commentaries in the near future. Kind of excited about that. Chew coming along with 3 deuces in his hand, maybe. See if the card reader is right on that one. Winner coming along as well. See if we can get these reset here. Might have some different holdings on some of these. Yeah, Chew did fold. Okay, so it's kind of awkward to see Chew play so solid the whole tournament and call with trip deuces in his hand. But we're still going to be 6 ways to a flop. Philip with an ace tray. Looks like the lowest draw, but it is a naked ace of clubs with no flush draw. 9, 9, 8 on this flop. Winner with a 9 and Kevin G with a 9. And Kevin, having all of the chips, is going to lead out here with a pot size bet. Ron unable probably to come along with his hand. Winner made a stand against Robert last time. Will she do it again? Nope, not this time. She does let it go. So good fold there by Winner. Jason makes the call. We got a wrap here, Smokey?
I clicked off for just 1 second.
Not quite a wrap here, but got a decent draw at this one. Unfortunately, doesn't know that he's currently crushed here by Kevin. Goes check, check to a 10 on this river. And so Jason's Queen Jack going to hold up here. And so Jason pulls out a lucky river card there to take this one away from Kevin. Or does Kevin have... Yeah, nope. He does have the hand. So big pickup there by Jason. Like I said, these chip stacks do struggle a little bit with these split pots. So the chip counts aren't going to be entirely 100% accurate. So We'll have to be sure and trust the dealers and wait and see in any all-in situations.
Yeah, sometimes we can read the board, but it gets to be a lot if you remember everything.
Yeah, and then when I get those chop pots to update.
Can't see what Ron's got. Oh, there it is. Ace, Jack, 5 deuce. He's got a pretty good hand. Let's see if we can. A lot of lows here. Oh, that's a big card. That gives Jason the flush. It's only a 10 high flush, so he's not going to be willing to commit a lot of money here. He's still open-ended. And the ace deuce of Ron, naked ace with the ace deuce 5. Still drawing, though. Wants to see it cheap. Looks like we have 3 or 4 players going to a river. No low. So ace queen winner is going to be the stone cold. No, the flush. The flush is still good if Jason's here. Only a 10 high flush.
Yeah, sorry, I had a quick phone call from the room there at Poker House Fort Worth. Yeah, who's got the spades here? Jason?
Jason has a baby flush, and unfortunately well, she folded the ace queen pretty quick. Kevin with just a set of 4s on this board. You got to know he knows that's no good.
Yeah. Looks like
winner. Yeah, there's winner. Winner river to. Oh no, they changed it again on me. So I don't know who has what. Team queen. Jason has a nut straight, but that's no good.
Yeah.
Oh, he was flush. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, he bet flush and one with the flush. There we go.
Yeah, so Ron, not going to lose Ron here in that one. Not able to get away from his holding.
You know, if we're playing Deuces Wild with him changing all these cards all the time, or what's going on?
Something's going on. These 5 cards is a lot to read. The computer starts crying.
Have you seen the new Deadpool?
No, I wish I had time for movies, but I do not, unfortunately.
You haven't seen the new Deadpool? That's pretty good. That's one thing that I get to do when I go home. We usually go to the movies at least once a week. Try to.
Yeah, I never saw any of the other Deadpools. I've seen clips of it. It looks pretty funny. I think.
Yeah, I'm not a big like DC or comic guy, but so sometimes it's hard for me to, they have all these characters and like all the, pardon my calling somebody out here, but all the nerds essentially in the theater, they go nuts, right? When this character comes in, and I'm like, I don't even know who this guy is. Like he's some
Phantom
from the 1968, second issued comic, and who
Yeah,
knows? But
no
overall,
idea who he is.
overall the movies are great, and I love Ryan Reynolds, so you need to
Yeah,
go see it. It's pretty good.
I would enjoy him. I think the last time I was at the movies was 2017.
Wow.
Yeah, haven't been to the movies in 7 years.
Yeah, you're a homebody though. You're not working. You're just at the house.
Yeah, give my kids a few years and they'll be wanting to be drugged to the movies, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
4 ways to a flop here. 5, 5, 6.
That's a
Robert
good
with a
spot.
5 and Jason with a 5.
Yeah,
Jason's going to bet his out. See if Robert wants to come along, and he does.
yeah.
He wants to peel another card as well, looking at the ace deuce low. Jack on the turn. I think that filled up Jason. Yeah, it did. So he's really going to probably be hammering this one here. But Robert's
Yeah.
reaching for chips. He doesn't look like he's going to be going anywhere. Jason either didn't quite bet enough or doesn't want to run everybody off. 50,000 looks like the bet.
We've got a meaningless backdoor, a whole lot of backdoor clubs here, but we
Looking for it.
know those are no good.
And needs a king, queen, and Chu needs a low card.
Yeah,
Oh,
Chu's
Jason's
kind of
going to
free
get
rolling
help.
on the low here. Oh, does that
Yeah,
still make
ace.
sense?
He's got ace, 8 deuce, but Robert. No, Robert doesn't have a low, and neither does Jason. So his
Wow.
8 deuce is going to be good.
Hmm. Yeah,
Goodness
everybody's back
me.
here now scared. So yeah, he's gonna free roll
Yeah.
fast. So,
And so the um, Jack's full of fives for the high, and
he shows the ace eight.
the ace 8 isn't even going to be the player. It's going to be the ace deuce. But,
Yep, deuce eight.
yep, there it is. Deuce 8 low. Not often you see it, but the 8 is good sometimes.
It's a pretty big pot for considering there. 215,000. We are at 3 and 6,000. What are the blinds? 15 minutes or 20 minutes?
15-minute levels. Yeah, it's like I said, you got some time to play, but it does accelerate. Jason's built himself up a nice little stack. Philip finally looks at a hand to go all in with here. Decent one too. Ace, queen, jack, 5-5, ace, hearts working. Ray makes the call with a lot of connectors. Chu looking at a lot of straight potential. And the small blind completes the 95, and winner's going to get strung along as well, being in the big blind. So Philip's going to have an opportunity here to quintuple up. Eight, jack, deuce, 2 diamonds on this flop. Winter with the only diamond draw. Nope, Jason has a 10 high diamond draw. Dry side pot here. I don't know if anybody's going to make the bet. Well, no, Ray did with his open ended. He's got the jack and open ended. Chu sitting here thinking about it as well. He's got some straight opportunities for some back doors, but he's got two pair. Don't think he can continue for 47K though. Does let it go. Winter here wants to peel off one more card to see what she can make out of this one. Jason's 10 high diamonds are still good if the diamond does come. It's not going to feel good, but if he gets a chance to isolate here against the all-in of Philip, it won't matter. Dealer Tina keeping the pot straight. There is the diamond on the turn. Brings open-ended for a couple players. Ace on the river. Nobody has queen 10, but it's irrelevant because Winter's diamonds are going to be good. Jason laying his down. And 6-4 low for Winter as well. So straight scoop. Big hand there, Smokey.
Hunter, yeah, I apologize. I am doing about 10 different things right this second, so I am going to have to jump on. I've got a few pressing issues. I'm going to have to leave you to this last 20 or 30 minutes here. It's been a pleasure as always, and hopefully see you and be on here tomorrow for DJ's game.
Oh, yeah. Just text me if you need anything.
All right, see you, bud. Bye.
Appreciate it. So big pot there for Winter, much needed. And we will say goodbye to Mr. Phillip, who's played well, just cards didn't cooperate much once we got down to the final table. Never really picked up anything to compete with. But that is the way poker goes every once in a while. And then there were 5, I believe. 5 players left. Ray A, not much left in his stack, decides to go ahead and pick a better spot. Kevin G waking up with nothing. Robert on the button. See what he gets to look down at. Not much as he folds. Chu's going to fold as well. So first time it's folded around to the blinds. Winner's going to call. And it looks like Jason's reaching for chips. He does. He min clicks it back to Winter. She does complete the call. So we're going to be heads up 10-10 at 9-3 deuce for Winter. Ace King Jack 6-5 for Jason on this Jack 10-3 rainbow board. That's going to be middle set for Winter, and she's not going to waste any time betting the pot here. Jason here. Top pair of jacks, queen for Broadway. But other than that, not much left. But it's not much more for him to call. The pot's only 36,000, so he does go ahead and complete this call. So to a turn brings the 5. And that's going to pick up the club draw for Jason. So Winter's going to keep firing here, but Jason now has picked up a lot of equity on this turn. Any queen, any club does take this one away. So he's going to make this call. So Winter looking to dodge a club or a queen. And a king of clubs on the river gives Jason the nut flush. And Winter disgustingly throws her cards down. It does go check, check there. So Jason does give her a little favor there by not that she would have paid anymore. But the big stack gets a little bit bigger here on the river. That's what happens in Big O. Hand number 43 here on stream, but quite a few more hands than that have been played in this Tuesday night $65 Congress tournament. It's only $65 to play into this tournament, $1,000 guarantee every Tuesday in August. We are down to the last few players, $1,700 in this pot today. Had 18 players participate. Not a bad little turnout for the inaugural tournament here in August. As more and more people get to see that we have this tournament, I think it will grow week in and week out. Pairing right in to our Congress cash games that we have here at Poker House Fort Worth. During the month of August, the Congress cash games are free of charge. That's right, no hourly access fees for Congress cash games. A really big deal that a lot of people are happy about. Got 4 people limping in for 8,000, and Ray in the big blind is going to exercise his option to put in the rest of his chips with the ace deuce 3 4 with the ace 3 diamonds working flush to 24-5. And it looks like it's going to get everybody to come along. So Ray's got a great hand here to get a full quintuple up on his 24-5. So good time to get it in with good equity. Kevin pocket queens, Robert ace deuce, no ace high flush working. Chew with the few Broadway straight cards, and Jason jack 9 pocket fours, and a 4 right in the window, a 3, 4, 10. So Ray A, who is all in, is still alive for the bottom half of this board. And Jason flopping middle set to see if he wants to create a side pot here with the player all in. Looks like he does as he reaches for chips. And Jason's got middle set, but Ray, even though he has the nut low here, he has a lot of wheel outs and straight outs. Kevin's going to come along with his deuce 5 open-ended straight draw and pocket queens. Robert with the ace deuce as well. I didn't even see that one, so that's going to cut down on Ray's pot there if the low does end up making. And Robert's also open-ended as well, so big hand for Robert, yeah. And he's going to put in the rest of his chips on it, as he should. So 59-5, so just a little bit more coming around to Kevin and Jason. Kevin's going to make the call here. So 2 players at risk, both of them with the ace deuce, looking for another low card. Ray looking for running diamonds to improve his hand for the high, And of course, the wheel outs. Robert looking for another low card for his ace deuce low and a seven or a deuce to give him the high. Of course, that would counterfeit his low, so he might not want to see a deuce here. But it is an eight of clubs on the turn. No help to any of the all in players, but Jason, who picked up more equity with his open ended draw now on the top to go with his three of a kind, does bet 100,000 on this turn. So it's going to be really expensive for Kevin to keep coming along. I mean, Kevin's doesn't really have much to do. He's got the queen high heart draw. Could play spoiler with a heart. That might give him just enough to come along here. Deuce five, straight draw, any heart may keep him in. He's reaching for chips, and he does. Wow. So Kevin looking for a heart. Big hand here. Massive, massive hand. Going to be a lot of work for the dealer to figure this out. Ace on the river counterfeits the ace deuces of the other players. Luckily, Ray has the backup of the 2-3 or 2-7, but Kevin just Kevin makes the wheel. Deuce five. So Robert and Kevin are just going to split this one up here. Massive, massive unlucky river for Ray. Not having the five. So Kevin and Robert both going to chop this one up with deuce five. The wheel, the nut low, and the nut straight. So massive, massive, massive river there. Tough break for Ray, who got his money in really, really good. And Kevin hung on for one more street. Jason couldn't shake him off the hand. And Robert and Kevin with the five deuce get there with the miracle ace from space on the river. They're going to chop up each one of these side pots here. So big hand, and I think the only person limited in that hand was Ray, who played a good tournament. Didn't get much to fight with here on this final featured stream table, but made it here regardless. So well played by him. And then there were five players left, three places being paid. We've got $850 up top. Second place, $510. Third place, $340. John coming in to deal. Chew first to act. Ace queen suited. Ace four low player. Gonna make the call of 8,000. Winner not waking up with much. Jason on the button decides to defend with his tray deuce deuce ace. Kevin, great hand. Ace king queen 10 tray. Ace high flush working along with the ace tray low. Robert going to check his option with king jack 6 55. And bottom set for Robert, 8-9-5 on this flop. Chew flopping top 2 pair. Jason having clubs, but only the 8 high club, so he's going to let that one go. Chew's going to bet out pot 32,000. Big bet here by Chew with the 2 pair, and I don't know if that's going to be able to shake Robert. The graphics say ace 6-9, but I think it was ace 5-9. But Robert may be able to get away from it. Yeah, Robert does make the laydown, showing the bottom set. Yeah, ace 5-9. So Robert making a big laydown here. Does Chew want to show his cards? Robert's begging to see him. Yeah, tough laydown there by Robert, but only 3 out of these 5 are getting paid. And these players are going to go on a quick break. So we only have 5 left. We're playing 3 places. So come back and see who is going to hang on to get into the money for this first Congress tournament of August. $65 buy-in every Tuesday night in August with a $100 add-on at the break for 100,000 in chips. So a very affordable game to learn to play Congress on. It's been a good game so far. So hang in there as we go on a quick break and see who will make these top 3 places with 5 left. Stay tuned.
first and then yellow. Purple first. Alright, so we're going to do the purple first. These are full of yellow? Yes. One purple, and one purple. Yes, we're racing these off. Three races.
Oh, you haven't raced them off.
We need 2 yellows. So he gets yellow, and yellow. Three gets one. The 3 gets one. And then yellow. Put the yellows up front. She gave me my own yellow flag. Yeah, you won the race up. You won the race up. She has 9.
Looks like 3.
It's so weird having this thing on doing this. It's so weird. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, doing a comments at 25, I don't know why I thought it was 24. He said, like, something happened here, something happened, lost focus. Oh, really? What was that? What was that? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we can count the chips. I'll do a count for you real quick. Come on. We got 335 for C1. 645. 645 go to Kevin. Yeah. 145. Yes.
Okay, we sold a couple. Okay, we have a couple of mine.
Look at John. Save up. Chop it up there.
What's that?
So you can see how much chopper big.
Oh, you talking about an ICM chopper?
No, no, no. No, no, no.
Oh, yeah, no. There's no way they chop it.
No, no, I
You can see it.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
it should be like 3.
340.
Yeah, 340.
Yeah, there's no way they
Get, no, I know. Get him clean.
just in case they
No, no,
Jay.
get up.
No,
Oh, okay.
Get full senses.
Alright, okay. Blue Kevin. We can chop something out for 4th and 5th. That would be great. Yeah, that would be 4th and 5th.
People will always chop, some people will never chop.
I always chop.
Yeah, I would say
I would
that.
if I had options.
340.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we can chop it.
You want to chop something?
I see him chopping.
We can look at ICM numbers if you want.
Not, you want me to ICM? Or 4th and 5th? Well, we can do ICM. We can look at ICM, but I was thinking just chopping something
I thought we already kind of going
No,
off.
no, that's
Yes, if you can just do it now.
I mean, we can just look at it.
Oh, do you have a
Yeah, I got a calculator, ICM calculator. Yeah, it's always just an ICM calculator. It's on the internet. Yeah.
425 is chocolate. I can't find my chocolate, sorry.
And 425. Wait. This place.
You got how many players? 4 or 5? Oh, 5. 5, my bad.
Maybe 340.
Yeah, 340.
340. 340.
Third place, 3.
Yeah, they want to.
I got a calculator right here.
Yeah, she's got the, she was still there.
I'm just gonna give you 6 stacks in just a second. I'm gonna take this out first. You counted the stacks already? Kevin, how much you got?
335.
35.
How much you have?
I only got 7. How much you got, baby?
140.
So, that means every dollar bill we have to pay $6.14 to you, $4.53 to you, $145. We got $145. $251 to you, $243 to you, and $137 to me.
What is Kevin have?
I already did it.
I still have to do mine.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't go on here.
Pay with the
Yeah, well, there it is.
What does he have in shift to?
It was 640.
640. Second place,
Second place is 335.
335.
145.
That counts you the 4 things I did back here. 45. Robert's 140. Yeah, I did. So,
I use this all the time.
So you got 614 for first place. Second place will be 454. Third will be 251. Fourth will be 244. And fifth will be 137.
Well, it sounded like they briefly discussed an ICM chop and decided to continue.
If I can give me 100, I can.
5 players remaining.
Oh, yeah.
3 players get paid. Kevin G still up top with 645,000. Winter looking for the quick double up, only down to 75,000.
No, we're at 5 and 10. That's wrong. You gotta fix that.
It's 5:10. That's right.
Yeah, 510.
We had time left on the clock. I mean, yeah, we had,
We're at 4
yeah.
Yeah, 5 and 10.
Yeah, I forget it, yeah.
The winner folded, Jason folded, Kevin folded, Robert folded, action on you.
Jason going to call 10 here in the cutoff. Robert on the button calling at 10,000. Chew in the big blind looking down at ace deuce suited with the ace 4 of spades. Ace deuce low, ace 4 of spades working, raises it up to 40. Jason 10 9 8 3 3. 30,000 more to call. About 10% of his chips does make the call. Robert comes along as well. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop.
Raise card.
Thank you.
2 checks. Robert's card.
Checks around. Chew bet another 50,000 here. Jason, they're letting this one go. So a big pickup there by Chew. Showing the ace jack or ace queen. Flopping the world. Thought he had ace jack, but he had ace queen. Dealer John in the box. There's only 5 players left, only 3 getting paid. Kevin in the cutoff looking at pocket aces with the ace tray of clubs. Nice hand. He's going to just call the 10. Chew looking down at 3 jacks at 5 and a 4. Lays it down. Winner checking her option. Ace, king, 10, 10, 6. King, king, 4. 2 clubs on this flop. Winter out flopping the pocket aces. And Kevin with the nut flush draw. She's going to bet. Winner's going to go all in. And he's going to have to call here. So Kevin needing to play catch up here. Looking for some running low cards or a non 10 club. Well, she's got the 10, so any club there. There's a threes and a jack gives him the ace tray flush and does not fill up Winter. So Kevin is going to eliminate Winter here in this tournament. Well played by Winter. She was on point the entire tournament, just ran into a couple bad rivers late. She definitely played well. Like I said, just a couple unlucky rivers, and she would have a monster chip stack.
Same up. Eliminate. I'll play with it. Yeah, I mean, y'all want to pay the bubble, 4th place? 100 bucks?
100 bucks? 50, 30, 20.
50 out first, 30 out second, 20 out third.
Yeah.
Play 100. Everybody good with that? Good.
Okay.
Sounds like they just came to an agreement to pay the bubble.
Yep, pay the bubble. We want to $100.
So it's going to be 800 for first, 480 for second, 320 for third, and a $100 bill for fourth place. So all four of these gentlemen left will at least be getting their $100 bill.
And I make it too loud. I have 3 decks in my hand.
Kevin under the gun folds. Robert comes along on the button for 10,000. Chew calling to the small blind. Jason checking his option, and we're going 3 ways to a flop of 9, queen, 9. Chew a 9 here. 2 diamonds for Jason, 3 diamonds for Robert. So diamonds in play with both players, but there is a board pairing 9 out there. Chew gonna bet it, and Jason gonna come along and chase his though. Robert gets out of the way. Looks like Jason was the one that bet here, and Chew's gonna be the one to re-raise him all in. So Jason got caught there trying to push the accelerator a little bit too hard, but Chew has too much there to fold, making the boat on the turn. So Kevin with 725, Chew with 260, Jason with 235, and Robert with 120. But the blinds are big and too big right now, so it's still anyone's tournament. Robert under the gun looking at ace, queen, 5-5-3. Ace 3 low play, ace 5 suited. Chew queen 9, 8-8-5. Jason 9-9, ace 6 deuce. Gonna raise it up with the ace deuce and the suited ace 9. Kevin not liking his hand. Robert gonna come along and see a flop with the ace tray and the ace 5 suited. Chew, not a very attractive hand with the raise and a call in front of him, but he's priced in and going to go ahead and come along with this one. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. King, Jack, 8, rainbow. Good flop there for Chew with the gut shot. Not much working for Jason. Robert with the gut shot as well. And it looks like Chew is going to be the one to bet this out. And Robert's going to fold as well. So Chew going from the short stack to one of the bigger stacks just like that.
I have winning, I can say anything.
We're gonna watch it on live stream.
Okay.
I think you're a lying ass.
Okay.
I think you're a lying ass.
You don't know in the hand. You know in the hand. Do I need to tell the two and the other 3.5?
4 players left. The blinds are 5 and 10,000. Robert, the short stack, need to make a move here pretty soon. Kevin, ace deuce. Naked ace of hearts, though. Robert, king, queen, jack, 4 deuce.
Call. 25.
Jason's going to raise this up with pocket aces. Ace of clubs, ace of diamonds, both flushes working. Unfortunately, a flop of 5-9-4 rainbow. But one more low card does give Kevin the nut low. Board pairing at 9 comes out, no one holding a 9 in their hand. does check on around to a 7 on the river. So it's going to be aces with the ace deuce of Kevin. Jason and Kevin chopping this pot up. Robert's going to need to wake up with a hand here. He's down to 6 big blinds.
I don't think that five's gonna break either one of us. Make a break. No, you're right about that. Now, if it was a blue one, early on, I didn't know if it's the way they played it. Who you laughing at, bitch? Sorry, sir. Build the cards.
So Kevin, Chu, Jason, and Robert, the final 4 here, agreed to pay the 4th place finisher a crisp, clean $100 bill. So all 4 of these gentlemen are in the money.
We on the light, yeah, Corey, just call me. He said, all right. He wants to. Yeah, come in. He wants to get
Jason letting some middling connectors go under the gun. Kevin makes the call. Ace deuce, 5-3 suited. Ace king 3-5 deuce. Great hand here by Kevin. 3-6-5 flops the nut low. Robert with ace deuce as well. Two players with the nut low here. 3-6-5. Robert's going to go ahead and go all in here with his nut low. Don't blame him here. He's got some straight outs. A 4 or an 8 gives him the nuts on the high, and he's already got the ace deuce low. So he's Kevin with the 5-3 right now. 2 pair, nut low. So Kevin needing to dodge some outs here. Otherwise, Robert's going to be our 4th place finisher. Eight on the turn does give Robert, but the spade on the river gives it right back to Kevin. Ace tray, or ace deuce of spades is going to be good enough to scoop this pot. So Robert gets there on the turn and he gets it taken away on the river. Good all in there by Robert. And that, oh no, he has the ace deuce as well, so he's going to get quartered. So he's still alive. Robert is not out yet. So Robert got quartered, unfortunately, in that last pot. So now he is in do or die situation with only 38,000, less than 4 bigs left. Blinds going up next hand. Kevin G looking down at 3, 4, 5, 6 Jack. Robert decides to pick a different hand to get his chip stack all in there, and don't blame him. That one was pretty ugly by Congress standards. Chu completes the small blind of 10,000. Jason checking his option. King, King, Jack on this flop here. Jason flopping trip kings. Chu and Kevin both having a jack in the hole. But tough to come along with just a jack as they both fold, and Jason picks up some much needed blinds there.
Well, you still have some money. Better than 100.
Blinds are 10,000, 15,000 now, so Robert needing to pick up a hand here. Otherwise, he's going to be putting in about a third of his chips into the big blind at next hand. He does go ahead and put it under here, and all in under the gun.
What is that? Oh, $500?
Both players give it a call, so it's going to be all in with a side pot between Kevin and Jason.
Okay, turn it up, huh?
Carlos putting out a flop of 3, 6, 5. Kevin, I believe, in the lead, and there's a deuce on the turn. So anybody got 4, 4, 6? There's another 3, so that's going to give Kevin a full house. And he's going to try to bet a little bit, see if he can get any value out of Jason at all. Jason's going to fold, and Robert will see the bad news. They ended up making the straight on the river, but it was the wrong river. Or made the straight on the turn, but it was the wrong river for Robert. As Robert shows the deuce 4 low and the ace tray low for Kevin. So
Yeah, like
six high ace tray. To a 4 low from Robert. As Carlos makes sure both players see exactly how it went down, and Robert will be getting 4th place for his efforts. Well played by Robert. Started out on the stream table, went to one of the outer tables, and came back to the final table. And then there were 3. Kevin, Chu, and Jason. Kevin with all of the chips in play.
Me too. Look at these numbers. I don't think they're going to change because I'm the most back. No, there's be changes. I know, but I'm the most
stuck 16 on 8. I'm not gonna keep playing.
No, you're less cheap than me.
No, I know you can. I got the least amount of chips, so at ICM, when it's with ICM,
How many chips?
Players discussing an ICM chop possibility.
The more I play.
two benefits. I look at the.
They would definitely be in Kevin's favor.
That's the same. Let's look it up.
What I do on the check. We want to check for the idea.
Lord.
I believe they're calling for an ICM calculation right now. Wait for the graphics to catch up here. Kevin calling the big blind. Chu checking in action here.
300.
Jack 10-3 on this flop. Check, check. Turn brings a 4. Check, check. I believe the players are just trying to end the hand as quick as possible to get to the ICM chop configuration. And it looks like jacks may be a set of 8s for deuce 6 low. Gonna hold against a set of 8s, so chop chop.
Two pair plus draw.
As you see there, the chip count is close, about as close as we can get it. 847,000 for Kevin, 302,000 for Chu, and 183,000 for Jason. Players are looking for some ICM chop numbers here.
185. 195. 200. And 300. 3. How many else?
Dealer John verifying the chip counts. For those that aren't aware, the ICM chop is called independent chip model. It takes the total amount of chips weighted on who has the biggest amount of chips, factors in the places paid and how much the places are paid. So it's not exactly the number of percent of chips that you have of the chips that are in play. It does take into account the value of the places available. Basically, the third place person here would never receive less than third place money, even though they may have a smaller percentage of chips in play than what the value of third place is to the total purse left. But with this size discrepancy here, Kevin will definitely be receiving the lion's share of this ICM.
First place gets 667, second place gets
667 for Kevin, 494 for Chu, and 439 for Jason. That is the proposal. And it looks like they are going to decide to take that. So Kevin, who wasn't even going to play this tournament, has walked away with the lion's share of $667. Yeah, I was notified early that Kevin wasn't even going to play the tournament, but then when he found out that it was a live stream tournament, he decided to play because he wanted to be on the live stream. He loves being on the live streams here at Poker House of Fort Worth, and we love Kevin for it.
See, that's what I'm saying. How
So,
many chips you have?
Way better than.
congratulations to these 3 guys.
So I'm not getting 3 times.
Well played.
I got nothing.
And once again, Kevin, your big winner of 667. Chu with 494, and Jason with 439, and Robert taking home the fourth place bubble pay of $100.
Yeah, because when we counted the chips and did it before, I was at 614. Yeah, and I added.
And once again, thanks everyone for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth live stream, YouTube and Facebook. One more reminder about the Summer Jam coming up at the end of the month on August 20th, 8 flights. The same tournament we ran back in June that was a huge success going on again at the end of this month. Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks. Only a $65 entry tournament for a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Looking to have the same result we had a couple months ago. A fantastic turnout. Hope to see you all play in these flights. Best two bags move forward with a $500 triple bag bonus if you can bag 3 times in any of these 8 flights. But looking forward to that starting on August 20th. And don't forget, even though this Congress tournament is over, we're going to be doing this every Tuesday, $65 entry, $1,000 guaranteed at Congress tournament. But if you play Congress at all in the greater Fort Worth area, the Poker House Fort Worth is the place to play. For the month of August, we have 0 access fees for Congress tables. That's right, 0 access hourly fees for Congress for the entire month of August at Poker House Fort Worth. Completely fantastic deal. So if you're a Congress player looking forward to playing free Congress for the entire month of August here at Poker House Fort Worth. Lots of other promotions going on. Our hourly horse races for our progressive jackpot. Lots of tournaments. The bomb pot tournaments have been amazing. A lot of stuff going on. Be sure and check out our Facebook for all of the updates. Send us a message if you have any questions. But once again, thanks for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth live stream on Facebook and YouTube for this $65 Congress tournament. And congratulations to Kevin G for taking it down, even though he wasn't even going to play in the tournament, but just decided to be on the live stream. So good on Kevin. We much appreciate you, sir. See you guys next time here at the Poker House Fort Worth live stream, and see you at Poker House Fort Worth